Good day, Zimbabweans in the nation and around the world. Joining us live here on zimi.com. If you're coming in right now, do let us know which part of Zimbabwe you're logging in from or which part of the world it is. Type in the comment box right there. And our viewers, readers, and listeners, we are here for news review. We shall be exploring the top and trending stories from in and around Zimbabwe. And as we begin right now, do press the share button. Well, good morning to you, viewers and sisters. It is 5 a.m. in the United Kingdom. What time is it where you are? In Harare, it is 7 a.m. or to be precise, 7:02. 7:02. Type it in the comment box there and let us know what time it is. And this is early morning catch-up. Some people call it meditation. No. This is news. Come on. Don't mix stuff. Blessed Geza, the Zanu PF Central Committee member and prolific war veteran, was yesterday fired by a small group, shall we say a large group really, of ZANU PF members who traveled to Harare and were hoping to execute this operation at the ZANU PF headquarters. And as you know, this news network, Zimai, broadcast everything. We were there and we published the story 5 hours before things had even happened, and those who were on our broadcast can recall. And they went to the ZANU PF headquarters hoping to conduct a press conference there. However, by the way, those who are catching us on video, there, just type it in the comment box there because at least we can see your comments. My comments and you to know and we can interact. And also we're going to give you a line here that you can even join in if you want to comment. Okay, so we're going to drop here a comment, a link to comment in, link to comment in. So we have posted it there on the video feed, so you can actually come in as well. We do give you an opportunity from time to time if you've got any feedback or anything that you would like to join into your Nepenyuro, your news network, to communicate. So what happened yesterday is that the war veteran, Blessed Geza, was eventually communicated against his name that he has been fired from ZANU-PF. But this was after a fight. The group that was led by Justice Minister Ziyambi and Mary Muliswa, the ZANU-PF chairperson for Mash West, failed to utilize the ZANU-PF headquarters for that purpose. So zvavanga vachida kuita press conference pa ZANU-PF headquarters zvaramba, zvadhakwa, zvakabva zvaramba. And people will recall when we broadcast this, it was literally early in the morning, it was around 10 a.m. or so, 10 a.m. Harare time, that the news network exposed everything before it had happened, while things were happening. And so the group was told by the staff at ZANU-PF headquarters that they should hold their function elsewhere. They should go to Mash Central. There was a lot of drama there around that because this is for the first time that such events are then automatically repelled, literally, right Pamuzinda, right at the HQ, at the headquarters, where things are supposed to be officialized, where Emerson Mnangagwa is supposed to be popular, where statements or operations that that appear to project or protect his name are upheld, and so that failed. And then Ziyambi decided to travel outside Harare to Mount Hamden. I'm not sure if Mount Hamden is in Harare, but from my recollection, it is actually in much west. So they were sent back to the west. They came from the west and they were sent back to the west. And so in them, it's like west, you go and do your project with the west in the west. Now, there are statements suggesting that the people who attended the function were bussed, that they were not genuine ZANU-PF members. They were actually bussed from all over. They were just picked up and they were forced, frog marched to that meeting. We haven't verified those statements, but then but then that is what is circulating. So quickly, um, as we proceed here, we have then soon after that the group led by Ziyambi. And by the way, there were some people who were communicating that Ziyambi is not in the country. Some people were saying Ziyambi is actually outside the country. Where did you get this news that he has been chased away from ZANU-PF headquarters? Well, Ziyambi was actually in the country. And as you can see there in the pictures, there he is with Mary Muliswa, there holding the press conference. And that is a press conference. That's not a party meeting. It is a press conference, right, that they're holding there. And they're making pronouncements to fire Blessed Geza, the controversial war veteran who has announced that Mnangagwa must step down with immediate effect. And we also see how large this group was. I see a lot of people there. In actual fact, I'm just going to try and do this. There's someone who I've just noticed there was there. It looks like it was a fairly large group. Fairly large group. Now, true to what we broadcast, the group was very large. People remember we made it very clear that it is a large group. It's not a small group. It's not like these are two, three people. This event is well organized. It's well knit together, and so we see here in the pictures, just going to put some more pictures here. People standing up and they are denouncing Blessed Geza. They're calling for the 2030 agenda. We can see here some people even sitting down. This is not a small crowd. Come on, who are saying that Hakuna Manu? Yeah, these are a lot of people. That's a fact. Whatever this was done, whether it was an act, whether it was acting or not, it was definitely well put up. um and okay, what else I'm gonna put there? We're just gonna put more pictures. Let me see. Yeah, so and then a statement was made to denounce Blessed Geza and fire him from ZANU PF. Whether or not that has been accepted by the ZANU PF leadership is still to be seen. So we haven't yet had official communication with ZANU-PF from ZANU-PF itself, ZANU-PF core, the real ZANU-PF leadership. Let me just quickly see while we're there. I might as well cross-check right now while we are on here. But I can definitely tell you that there is still nothing, no communication to that effect from ZANU-PF core. ZANU-PF, oh, sorry, the headquarters. I won't call them the Venes, right? But the actual, right. Um, okay, what we see here is so they have posted the pictures of the function, but there's no official statement. There's no there's no specific statement inonyatso pisa masports chayo kunyatsoti inochikisa inodonedza nyika hapana statement. It's just the pictures. And then there's a video of Douglas Mahia. We're going to try and also pull it up so people see it and what he said. Mahia is announcing that is responding to calls by some rogue war veterans. But we're not seeing an actual official statement by the party that Blessed Geza has been fired. Apana, we can't see any such. So what else here? What else can I quickly say here? Um, right. What else do I pick up here? Right, here we go. My apologies. Those who are on Twitter Space, I'm hoping that you can hear me. I'm hoping that you can hear me. My name is Simba Chikanza. Good morning to you. It is 7:11 a.m. and we're just busy briefly discussing events that happened yesterday with the purported firing of Blessed Geza. I won't call it purported because it actually did happen. These people actually did it. Vakatoinda ku Mash West ku Mount Hamden at a place called North Court near the Charles Prince Airport to fire Blessed Geza. All this is happening at a time when there has been offloaded a presidential war veterans fund. Now, the ZANU PF Twitter account has got a video, and it states ZANU PF Secretary for War Veterans and Ex-Prisoners Detainees, Douglas Mahia, speaks on the Presidential War Veterans Fund and the Women's League's unwavering support for President Emerson Mnangagwa. There is a War Veterans Fund that was announced, and I do not have information of money that has actually been dispersed and how much. If you are here on the stream and you have received money, you're a war veteran and you have received money, and you're either happy or unhappy or whatever, please give us feedback. We just need to know if Mnangagwa or if ZANU PF has truly dispersed money as per their promise, and vakaisa maningi iwawa here mari idzo dziri dzavakataura kuti vaakuzokanda kuma-war veterans. There is an audio that circulated a few days ago at the weekend of a senior ZANU PF member who is a war veteran who fought in the war, who announced on audio that he is 100 years old, and then was screaming to this very same Mahia, Douglas Mahia, and saying, "Comrade Mahia, I am 100 years old and I have nothing. I have nothing. I am struggling." And to Maritwa Ndinato, if I remember, he said 150 or 250 to each month, and he really cried. That man really cried in an audio. I don't know if people heard that audio. I think I should have actually had it here so people can listen to it. And it seems to me that this Presidential War Veterans Fund has been set up in response to that audio outcry by this war veteran, but perhaps also because there is a common disaffection by the war veterans. There is a belief inside ZANU PF that the war veterans who are calling for Mnangagwa to go are simply doing it because of their stomach, per se, in quotes. They are simply doing it because they are struggling financially, and they feel that the only way to get their finances is to denounce Emerson Mnangagwa. So there's that belief. How proliferate that belief is, how spread out, how effectual it is inside ZANU-PF has not been measured. How far that goes. I'm talking about the move to remove Mnangagwa specifically because we are hungry, because we are being underpaid as war veterans. It has not been measured. And I would want to say, yeah, it needs to be measured because that is a defining factor in what is going on, and that might also tell how far this is going to go, how far the calls for Emerson Mnangagwa to be removed are going to go when the community gets to understand the percentage of impact of financial struggle is having on people's decision making, and if that is what is influencing this criticism of Mnangagwa, then it's going to be short-lived. Then Blessed Geza will one of these days just wake up and then he will just announce that, well, do you know, guys, we're just going to go ahead with 2030. And if that is the case, then it means that everything here, that ZANU PF members are fighting against is all about the stomach. Then everything just falls apart. If that is the case, and also if that is the case, then it might give rise to the understanding that all politics in Zimbabwe is based on stomach. That people only scream out against someone because of their own personal selfish intentions. Only once they get money, if they get 200,000 in their pocket, then okay, I'm gonna forget about everyone else. So it leaves to be seen how far this is going to go. And this will be the test, this will be the real acid test of the disaffection against Emerson Mnangagwa. And this is how people will get to understand if truly the anti-2030 call is genuine. It is truly against Emerson Mnangagwa. Now, before I bring in people to speak, I want to just drop something that I obtained from from sources inside ZANU PF. There is a group of of G40 style ZANU PF seniors who are going to Auxilia Mnangagwa and they're trying to persuade Auxilia Mnangagwa to influence Emerson Mnangagwa to fire Constantino Chiwenga. And this is what we were told. Hear me, this is what we have. I have not fully verified this particular leak that suggests that there is a group of ZANU PF top echelon cronies who have approached or are approaching Auxilia Mnangagwa, and they're trying to get Auxilia to influence Emerson Mnangagwa to fire Constantino Chiwenga. And then hopefully that should stop everything. They just want to dilute the the rise in disaffection against Emerson Mnangagwa, and the only way to do it is right at the top, because the arguably the real head of state right now, the person who is now calling the shots in the country, it's too clear, is it not, that it's now Constantino Chiwenga? It's too clear, is it not, that there are now two centers of power in the country now, and so we are possibly sitting on the tip or the precipice of something that that is explosive in the country. So basically, here we are, viewers, witnesses. These are the developments. I could talk, but you can also read the news from our stories that have been published, and there are many others also in the newspapers, Herald, Newsday, other publications who have published early this morning, stories that people can corroborate with on what is happening. Just yesterday, before other people come in, we had a story regarding Week Notify, and it's regarding the ZIFA petition, the ZIFA anti-Magwizi petition. Week Notifier is accusing ZimI of authoring that petition, and is claiming that this is political. It is an attack against a political person. So he said. He said that he is not bound by the code of ethics, the code that ZIFA describes in its constitution, regarding the bribe, regarding bribery or payments to influence decisions. People will know, those who might not know, ZIFA is the football association, and the Week Notify 2 weeks ago He is suspected to have influenced the election of Nobile Magwizi, a pro-Kuda Tagwirei a person or activist to the position of ZIFA president when he announced or promised 10 million US dollars, including cars for every councillor who is voting as a reward for voting for his own personal choice, Nobile Magwizi. So quickly, obviously, these are the bits. We're just going to call in for people to make pass their comments here on what is happening, the firing of Blessed Geza. How do you see? Oh, by the way, there's also the arrest of Blessed, another Blessed, right? There was a naughty, I think there was a naughty headline on Zima yesterday that said that the wrong blessed has been arrested. They've arrested the wrong, right? So they arrested the journalist Blessed Mhlanga. Briefly arrested him, and they charged him. They supposedly charged him over, or it was an interview over an incident that happened some years ago. That is said to have happened way several years ago, and so this wrong blessed was released. Eventually, he was released. So I understand he was released. But quickly, these are the developments. What is happening where you are? If you're a war veteran, would really love to hear your voice. If you're on this space and you're a war veteran, toda kunzoma voices and imimi ndimi custodians, ndimi vacho. In the United Kingdom, you would be those we call my lords. Ndimi madzimambo acho. Muripi toda kunzwawo inzwi renyu muchitipawo guidance. Right, good morning. We're just going to take in some calls here. I think we'll start with Hulu. Good morning, Hulu. How are you this morning? Do you know what, Hulu? I don't know why I can't hear you. I can hear you, but you're so faint. And I think the reason is someone tried to call me while we're on the space. And so I'm wondering, what am I going to do now? And it looks like I'm the only person here. If I restart my machine, what will that do? How do I change this, Hulu? Not at all. Not at all. I think it's definitely because of a phone call. It's definitely because of some phone call or something. Do you know what? Continue speaking. I think I know what to do. Just continue speaking. Or another device, right? So let me try with another device, and then we what am I gonna do here? Okay, right. Yeah. Keep going. Keep going, Hulu. Keep going, please. Thanks.
Our vision 2030 is for all of us. Our vision 2030 is for all of us. Kwete zamunotimbinga uhondo taidziti zvikananda. Kwete zamunotimbinga uhondo taidziti zvikananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. Zamunotimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Zamunotimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. Kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals. Kwete zamunotimbinga uhondo taidziti zvikananda. Kwete zamunotimbinga uhondo taidziti zvikananda. Those who grow big to me through ill-gotten wealth. Those who grow big to me through ill-gotten wealth. Those who go big to me through Alcoa. Those who go big to me through Alcoa.
And join with the other accounts to avoid it.
I think I'm back now. I think I'm back now.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, I'm
All right,
sorted
good.
now. Yeah, so what had happened, I think, it's when someone calls while you're on a space, it will just
Yes.
lower the volume. So,
Yes.
yeah, it's the device. Actually, the device. It's got nothing to do with Twitter. I think it's just the actual device that just does that. Is it manages? Yeah. So if you restart your machine, that just does it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So yeah. So Zima is reporting. I mean, from the ground as well, and getting information across the country, delivering that information to the people, which is something that we truly appreciate. I mean, from Zima. But our fellow Zimbabweans, again, we've seen the Tabao plus Mbuti interchange, which Comrade Geza himself has been talking about. Makorokoza having taken over the country, the projects running that are no longer moving. I posted also now on my timeline the latest pictures from the Mbuti interchange, and you can see that the 80 million really, 80 US dollars, million US dollars. It's a shame, to be honest. The Bay Bridge to Harare has stopped, and Comrade Geza has been talking about these issues, saying that, we didn't fight in the war just for a few people to benefit, but people went to war to fight so that the poor can be able to benefit. Everybody can be able to look up to a country where they can be able to live with their children, rather than having to go outside the country, and like what many Zimbabweans have done. So it is a developing story, but the script looks exactly almost the same. Exactly the same, like in 2017. And the president who is currently there, President Emerson Mnangagwa, having had experience of 2017, we hope that he might have learned something. From 2017 and now in 2025, perhaps his response is going to be different. However, Zimai is reporting, and correctly so, that you have seen that there is a 1.5 million that is now being dangled about as for war veterans. And many people are assuming, and perhaps correctly so, that it is a way of shutting the mouths of those who are now talking against the 2030 agenda. But then, just like many other projects that we have seen in our country, the Fumfuta projects, we have seen many other projects, the Mbuti project for Moses Mpofu and Mike Smombe. Nothing really came out of that. It's just numbers being thrown about. We have seen the title deed being issued at Cricket Farm. If you speak to, people in Zimbabwe who have got farms and ask them, have they received any title deeds? I think you will hear from them that nobody has received those title deeds. So the value of those title deeds become then questionable among the people. Are they really, title deeds? And Kudata Gwire was the one that was a Cricket Farm announcing that. And people ask again, who is Kudata Gwire in Zimbabwe? Does he have the authority to make such an announcement of title deeds? So the things are developing in Zimbabwe. We had Comrade Geza himself also making the other allegations that the son of the president drives to work. He's in the army, drives to work in a Rolls Royce, and he finds that to be something that is not supposed to happen in a country such as ours, especially considering that his father is supposed to be actually working for the people, and the salaries.
By the way, have we fact checked that claim? Isn't that I remember when I posted that picture one time, I was told that Rolls Royce is not Edie's son's. It is I think it was said it is Wicknell's or something, if I remember well.
Whether it is for Wicknell or not, but I think the point that the war veteran was trying to make there was the issue of having the president's son drive to work in a Rolls Royce, you see what kind of message. It's similar to people who have also talked about the issue of the motorcade of the president itself. You know how expensive it looks, and thinking about the hospitals, Paranato Hospital not having basic equipment, Gomo Hospital, Salim Mugabe Hospital not having basic equipment, and many other central hospitals that are struggling to cope with the needs of Zimbabweans. And we had also Zimai, I can tell you, we had also a couple of Zimbabweans, they say, who have been taken from South Africa. They say blind Zimbabweans taken back to Zimbabwe for assistance. I don't know what is going to happen with that story, but they've been a South African news channel reporting on blind Zimbabweans all over the place in South Africa, on robot intersections in cities in South Africa, lots of them there, and our government has not come up to say anything. But this, of course, in the context of Week No Chivayo donating millions worth of cars to people such as Peter Ndlovu, who can already afford cars for themselves, and people like Mike Samba and people like Pastor Charles Charamba and things like that. And many people will be thinking, you know what, why not just assist these Zimbabweans who are begging on the streets of South Africa? How many can they be? That a country such as ours, rich in minerals, is unable, to look after its most vulnerable people. So, fellow Zimbabweans are reporting on all these issues, and we're watching the developing stories from our country, Zimbabwe. 2025 is proving already to be a very interesting year, and a year that we might again see what we saw in 2017, another change in the political landscape in Zimbabwe. And by the way, Zimai, just also to let you know that there's been news on the birthday of Advocate Nelson Chamisa, and many, including the Shabangu Cabal, are sending him well wishes. For his birthday, including Charlton Wende and all that, and other people, suggesting that this is just a way of the politics of the stomach, just in case Nelson Chamisa might win, let me be on his good books and things like that. And this is what we see. And our people must be able to see this for what it is. Am I?
Yeah, that's quite interesting. Now, I remember when Boko was made president in Botswana, all of a sudden, Caston Mateo, who was the first to denounce Chamisa. Do you remember when the Chabango started? It was Caston Mateo who started calling himself as spokesperson of the Chabangu party, and then all of a sudden, because he has seen Chamisa being honored in Botswana, all of a sudden he goes on Twitter, and Chamisa is now the real leader of the opposition simply because he has met Boko. But when he is back in Harare and he's struggling and he's losing his own party, you don't care because all you want is a car. You'd want your allowance at the MP. And for someone who lived in the United Kingdom, who's worked in the United, or we thought was working. We actually thought Caston Mateo was a worker in the United Kingdom. I might actually think that he was just squandering money. And by the way, Hulu, just quickly, I've just remembered. I know this is not relevant, but quickly, I was approached in 2019 by Caston Mateo's father to divert funds for the party to his own company's bank accounts in the UK. He actually told me, and I even ended up holding a whole meeting between him and Chamburuka, the leader of the party at that time in the UK. And Gaston Mateo's father had literally asked that I publish that people should not give money to the party a bank account. He should put into his small business, there's a business that he was running. And then he said that because the CIOs will discover that that this is the money, let's do it secret. I mean, literally. So this is weird that we see stomach politics at the maximum, at really the maximum, and it's sad that we don't have people who who truly want to serve, who don't want a car, who don't want to be paid, who just want to serve. No one is like that. And it is sad, isn't it, Hulu? I'm hoping that the new crop of ZANU PF will be better than this crop of fake opposition that we've seen in the Castellans, whatever. If the Chiwenga group or whoever is coming into power right now, I mean, it's too clear from Monday last week that powers have shifted. If they can demonstrate a new type of leadership, there's a gentleman. I'm not a fan of Iran, right? I'm not a fan of their politics, but there's one of their leaders called Ahmadinejad. If it is true, what I saw in a picture at one time, that he has gone back to his lecturing job. I think he gets paid something like 400 US dollars a month or something like that. Just a simple lifestyle. Simple lifestyle. He refused perks and all sorts, decided to go back to his old salary. Just normal lifestyle, quiet life. If we can have leadership like that, like what even Ian Smith did. I mean, I'm not a favorite of what Ian Smith did, who he was and the like, but we will know that Ian Smith was not buried in a special way. There was no crowd when he was buried. He actually said, "Burn my body. Just burn the body. If it's gone, it's gone. If my spirit is out of the body, just burn it." And they took the ashes and they just throw them on the at the farm in his farm in Shirugi or something. And that was it. What is that service? Kubatsira our community so that we can leave our country in a better place than it was before. Not for us to get into politics simply because I want me and my family to benefit. What type of a lifestyle is that? And it's sad that we don't have that type of a thing where people will say, "Do you know what? I'm a teacher or I'm a lawyer. The salary that I'm getting at my law firm or in my legal practice is all I'm going to have when I become a president. I'm not going to get even $100 from being a president. I'm going to continue earning from my law firm." If we could have such a leadership, don't you think Nyika change? Where people get in and that they actually say, "And this is good on board." And I think HH has done that, if I'm right, in Zambia. If I'm correct, he's actually done that. So, and this good, I don't want salary. I'm just getting in there. I've got my own businesses, and that's all. I'm here to just fix the country. Once I'm done, I'll just go. If we can have such a dedication, don't you think, folks? If Chiwenga could have such a dedication, don't you think Aningato Pizama Sports? Why would people need the Chamisa? Why would people need a young person like Chamisa anymore? If people could do that, yeah. So maybe this is a challenge. It's a real challenge to ZANU PF to bring back that same revolutionary spirit, like what Chiwenga said last week, that in the war we never had mbingas, we never had these fat belly characters we call Zigananga, right? We just had sacrificial men who were there to just sacrifice for their country. And if they could do that, then there won't be any need for opposition will be wiped out nicely without killing anyone, without slapping anyone on the cheek, okay, or pushing anyone. Vanenge vatopera. Because ZANU PF then becomes the real opposition. They become the real revolutionary, who is changing the culture of the people. So I think this is a litmus test. This is a challenge for ZANU PF. If they can do this, then ED zvinenge zvapera, zvese izvozvi. Both the ED and Jamisa will be out of the picture. If they could demonstrate this type of leadership. I know I gave an example of Ian Smith. That may not be, some people will say maybe I'm being inspired by Rhodesia. Look, whether you can say what you want about Rhodesia, the Rhodesians, they assembled this country. You might not like certain things about them. The fact is, they did assemble, and there are things that they did well. A lot of things that they did, and they did extremely well. They set up a working country, a country that people could call a country. Yeah. And they set up systems that outlive generations. You can't deny they set up these systems in a few years of arriving into the country from South Africa. And here we are. Zimbabwe in less than 70, 80 years was now towering against even the United States of America. Economically, in 1976, it was measured at the United Nations World Book to be if not the fastest growing crop economy. Rhodesia was a manufacturer even of military weapon vehicle. There's a vehicle that was manufactured by Rhodesia, a bomb-proof military vehicle manufactured by Rhodesia. Today, you never see ZANU PF using that vehicle. You never see the government using that vehicle to sell it. This is just to show you how backward the current leadership is. They can't even take that vehicle that Rhodesia used to produce, reproduce it, and make money and fix the country, fix the economy. They can't do that. The batteries that were being manufactured in this country, right, raw from the ground, they can't just go back and just do that. They would rather import from China, import cars, electric cars, and all sorts from China, from Europe, from England. They fly to London to go and import an expensive car. You can't ban importation and you start manufacturing from scratch because Rhodesia had all that. You see? So we're talking a whole life of sacrifice here. Do we have that? Tinayo hereyo, where we want to sacrifice to build our country. We get in there. If I come into leadership, if I stop journalism and then ndakanzindue ku politics let me tell you something. I'm going to refuse a salary. I'm going to refuse even $50. I'll keep my bank accounts open for people to monitor because I just want to fix. And if we can have such a lifestyle, we can fix. There won't be any need for Jamisa anymore. If ZANU PF could demonstrate this type of leadership, oh, Abzingas appear as this. Sorry, I've just gone on a rant. But as you can see, these are things that we start to think about, and we have to challenge the current leadership. Someone was telling me, Simba, Chiwenga, anogona kuchinja. Ngachinje nasi. Ngatange kuzvita nasi. Haachinji mangwana. Ngavachinje. They must change today. If they're going to be different, they have to be different today. Start doing it today, this morning. Announce today to the treasury, I don't want a salary anymore today. I'm giving up this car, sell this car, so that you can rather buy an ambulance for Mpilo Hospital, for Gwanda Hospital. I'm going to use my own car, my own private car. So change has to happen with you, and it has to happen today. You've got to live different. You can't be a soldier, and you can't have fought in your own fights to fight some of the cravings, some of the things that you hold on to at a personal level. You can't. It has to start with you. You've got to live the different life today. Ukangodaroka, then unengo wapedza sports. Unengo watopedza sports. I'm sorry, I'll quickly, but I'll quickly end. I like what Trump did. Listen to me. Trump excluded Elon Musk on a project of artificial intelligence that a group of companies in the United States have been given a 500 billion tender, right? And by the way of that tender, there is no U.S. government money that's going to be used. These companies have to pull the money together on their own, right? So what Trump has done, he excluded Elon Musk, and Musk went on a rant here on Twitter. He wasn't happy about it. But do you know what sorry, Musk went on a rant, and then so Elon Musk, sorry, then Trump said, "Look, I don't care what Musk says. Musk just has his own personal bitterness against Sam Altman, who is the OpenAI director. He's got his own personal issues. I don't care about that. I just want." to see a country fixed. And if let me tell you something, if Trump continues like this, Trump will be a real trumpet for humanity, for civilization. If he continues with this type of character, America's economy is never going to be the same. And that is the type of character. If this is what was going to continue, that is the type of character that a lot of Rhodesians were. That is how they were. They were there to fix, to build a country, to build systems that outlive time. Okay, so let's get people talking. Hulu, I went on a rant here, right? Who's next? Yeah.
That was really fun, Zimai.
Yeah.
As we bring in Harry Potter and Mike Vanity, I want to just welcome everybody to Zimai and reporting, of course, on events taking shape in our country. Another revolution looks more likely on the way in Zimbabwe, and it might as well happen within days. It might as well happen within weeks, and all that as we follow up on events taking shape in the governing party Zanu PF and events taking shape in the country at large. So, Harry Potter, welcome to Zimai, and you can go ahead.
Thank you, Simai. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
I just wanted to delve in on the Justice Minister's utterance during a rally. That was just his word during a rally. Justice Minister, Ziyambi should have known better that he cannot just fire Geza at a rally like that. Geza is in the Central Committee, and Central Committee is the highest decision-making body of PF outside of...
Harry Potter is Geza, not Gezi.
Geza. Geza is a Central Committee member. As you know, Central Committee is the highest decision-making body in PF outside of Congress, with the Politburo as its secretariat. So, Ziyambi cannot wake up and say, I fired Geza. That's impossible. That cannot happen. Also, he has to go through the disciplinary hearing and all the stuff. And all that has not been done, and it's not done by him. Geza is about the province. If you recall, when Mnangagwa was fired, it is the Central Committee that then sit and brought him back. That maybe goes to show the power that the Central Committee has. Ziyambi is serving at the mercy. I think this is one thing people should know about Ziyambi. Ziyambi is serving at the mercy of Mnangagwa because Ziyambi lost the elections in Shimba West. He lost to Maidina twice. He lost the first round, going for a rerun, and he lost again. So he's somebody who's just serving at the mercy of Mnangagwa. So you just do anything or say anything that he feels will please Mnangagwa, because he has no people behind him. It's now different case when it comes to Geza. Geza has got millions and millions and millions and millions of people who had no voice. So he's just become the voice of the voiceless. And millions of people, not outside of ZANU-PF only, but inside of ZANU-PF, there are a lot of people who had these sentiments, but who were not just given the platform, or who didn't have the courage to speak about things. But now that they've got somebody who's open and talking about these things, I tell you, people are right behind Geza. And if they do that mistake again, they're amplifying the fire. They're trying to douse the fire with petrol. I tell you, the flame will burn them. The best thing they could have done is to engage with him and see what he was talking about and try and come to sense about it. Because actually, there's nothing that can happen 2 years after 2028 to 2030. If these people are popular, why are they scared of the election? They want to change the constitution in order so that there won't be the elections in 2028. They don't want the referendum for Mnangagwa to run in 2028. No, they don't want the election in 2028 because they know they've lost the election already. And look at the people there dining with the Chabangos and those people that they created in the parliament, the opposition they created in the parliament, that they know they don't have any people who vote for them. Even if they go to the election today, those people, with anyone who picks in the road, they will lost because people, they created enmity with people. People hate them with passion. They don't want to see them. That's why you see this violence that happen where the gatherings and funerals. It's the anger in people that is boiling up. Not that I'm condoning the violence, but the anger in people is boiling up. The people, they are showing out their anger with the people, with those people, because they betrayed the people's vote. They betrayed the people's trust. People put their people there. They voted for the people of their choices, and they removed them. Going to, I saw you take two issues. You touched of the ZIFA election. To say there was a ZIFA election, I don't think there were any elections, because the moment Wikinew came out, and he came out in the 11th hour, enticing those things that he enticed on those people, promising councillors cars. You remember, some of these councillors, they don't have even a bicycle. And they're told, if so and so win, I'm going to give you a car. Honestly, if that cannot be quantified as vote buying, I don't know what it will be called. Maybe it's worse than that. So to say there were elections that ZIFA is just a fallacy. I think the guys, the Machanas who are appearing, they put all the right to do that. Let's wait and see what FIFA says. But to say there were elections, it's FIFA. No, there were cartels. The cartels just ran with the show and took and influenced everything and took everything with them. That's my submission for now.
Yeah, thank you. Zima, just to let you know that there's another interesting story that I'm going to be reading to you shortly. Maybe after Bike Vanity finishes speaking, you might be interested in hearing this one. So, Bike Vanity, welcome to Zimai, and please go ahead.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for giving me space to share my views. I'm sure I share the same feeling with every Zimbabwean in the four corners of the world, that we really want our country to be restored to the very country that we wish, that we see other people enjoying in their own lands. But I also get a point where, when I analyze things, that sometimes when you get so desperate of a change, you become gullible. You become gullible. And let me just quickly also make an illustration. You know why lottery houses, or what call it, lottos and all those kind of houses and gambling houses make a lot of money. They make money out of most of
our vision 2030 is for all of us.
Our vision 2030 is for all of us.
Kwete zamunotimbinga uhondo taidziti zvigananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Zamunotimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Zamunotimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Kwete zamunotimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Kwete zamunotimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. Those who grow big to me still all got a wealth. Those who grow big to me still all got a wealth. Those who grow big to me still all got a wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Those who grow big to me still all got a wealth. Those who grow big to me still all got a wealth.
Who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Those who grow big to me still all got a wealth. Those who grow big to me still all got a wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Those who grow big to me still all got a wealth. Those who grow big to me still all got a wealth.
Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Katika munatinda puhundu kai kichiri kananda. Katika munatinda puhundu kai kichiri kananda.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth
Those who grow big tummies
and
through
questionable
ill-gotten
morals.
wealth.
Who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Times it is also with your position. Can you imagine the vice president coming up and making such a statement the way you expect it when there is actually a sitting president who is there? So some of the things that you expect the vice president to do at this particular moment beyond the statement that you could have had at the Hero Center in Harare might be a little bit asking for too much. But it is a developing story, fellow Zimbabweans, as we are talking about it here on ZimHigh. It is a developing story in our country. A revolution in Zimbabwe is definitely about to happen, and we see it happen. So, Zima, we also have Hope Mono making a contribution to this discussion, and a very funny one, by the way. And this is what he had to say. I'm reading now. This is Hope Mono. I'm receiving emails and messages from people requesting rent money, regular school, and medical fees, and even groceries. Please write to me only in cases of life and death emergencies or about exceptionally bright children without fees. Zimbabweans voted for two leaders, giving each of them over 2 million votes. Those two leaders is Emerson Mnangagwa and Nelson Chamisa, should come up with solutions to our problems. They should lead and come up with ideas to our problems because they ran for office. You gave them a mandate to lead. They should do that. So if I don't respond to your pleas, it is because they don't fall into the category I stated above of medical emergencies and fees for extremely bright kids who haven't gotten help. And that is Hope on. He says we must start, he continues, we must start learning that the people we vote for are the ones with the moral and political obligation to lead and provide solutions for our daily problems. And from there, he puts up a picture of Nelson Chamisa and a picture of President Emerson Mnangagwa. And the reason I'm doing that is because Zima has been researching on the activities of Hope himself. For those who might be in the know by now, they know that he came up a few weeks ago with the idea of a government in exile, something which fell flat, which never really picked up any momentum. Then he came up with a new idea of a hospital in Harare under Dr. Maboreke that he said he's going to sponsor from his own pocket money. And again, that thing collapsed. And now he's coming up with something else. He's saying that there are people who send in emails. He doesn't give us proof of those people. And messages asking him for rent money, asking him for medical fees and all that. And by the way, for those who are listening, it is important again to remind you of the fact that Geoff Nyarosha, who used to hire to be an employer of Hope Washington, and Hope Washington, looks up to Geoff Nyarosha as his mentor, was having a medical emergency which required $15,000 US. Hope Washington ended up getting the money from Week Notifio. And yet here we are, he's telling people that, he is receiving messages from individuals requesting rent money, requesting medical fees and things like that. And he says he can only support those who are in medical emergencies. And by the way, this is on the backdrop of him announcing to Zimbabweans, when he was attacking one of Zimbabwe's socialites, Mudiwa Hood, and saying that he actually paid $47,000 US in taxes in Zimbabwe, which is something that he never followed up with in terms of where did he get the money from and where are his companies and things like that. The same accusation has been given to Mudiwa Hood. So here we are again. He's saying that he's willing to support people in medical emergencies, but what we know is that at the end of the day, the money is going to come from Weak Notifier. So, fellow Zimbabweans, we are, of course, getting into uncharted territory where we need to be very much aware of what is going on. So, when people like Bike Vanity are also asking for the credibility of people such as the VP Shuenga, yes, it is something we need to listen to, because in 2017 it happened. We heard from the current president himself announcing that we are going to see a new unfolding democracy. And here we are. We are having challenges when it comes to this unfolding democracy, which has turned out to be a dictatorship. And the constitution is now supposed to be changed, and an extension of his rule is now underway. So, but a revolution is going to take place in Zimbabwe, and we shall be assessing the integrity of each and every individual that wants to lead our country, because we need to pull this country together. So, this is a story that I think maybe might also be interesting for you to pick on He's asking people, Hopo, to send him messages for people who are in life or death situations. But we had Geoff Nyarota in a life and death situation, and the money came from Wick Chivayo. So we see here, Hopo Chimono, again, working with Wick Chivayo, and you have been reporting on these issues, and many people, are still learning about this, and we continue to follow up on it. So thank you, Zimai. Take it over.
Wow. Hulu, do you know what? I'm really, really, really astounded at how much you are really following up on this. This is what we call safeguarding a nation, protecting a country. This is the kind of spirit. If I was to get into politics, honestly, I would say you need Hulu. This is the kind of leadership that we need. People like you who are monitoring those gates that scammers can enter through. Scammers like uh Maxo Chukumbutso, right, enter society, and they continue at the backdrop of media power. Every news organization is reporting great things about them, giving them awards, even giving them money to reward them for being innovative and for being great activists, and yet they're just scamming people. And what you have done following on Hopo Chingono scams, this is extremely important. And I want to challenge every person in this space to also do the same, to follow up on the scammers like Hopo Chimona. Follow up on what they say, what they said yesterday, what they say today, and audit them, because these are people who put you into false realities. And I was literally typing. I was almost in tears. While I was literally, as I was typing Hulu. I don't think I typed everything, but I think you'll notice I've already tagged you on the Zimai Twitter account there. This is so important. No one in our community has done this, to actually follow through what Hopo Chingono says. Right? He's saying that he requests money, so he's receiving requests for money for school fees from people, and then he says that this is not his responsibility, it is the responsibility of Munangagwa and Jamisa, right, to do that. And basically what he's saying there is that he's not a journalist, he's a politician. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Hulu. Because as a journalist, you don't stop receiving. We all get these requests for school fees for all sorts. I won't say go to Jamisa or go to Mnangagwa. I mean, what is that? That is like I've made myself like Mnangagwa. Then I've made myself at that level. I've made myself a politician. I must report about it. I must tweet about it, right? And say, look, there are people here who need. There's so many people who need school fees. What can we do? What should we do as a society? And of course, I could easily say Mnangagwa has failed. I could easily say that, but to then also include Chamisa in the factor, right? And then say Mnangagwa and Chamisa have failed, and then it's all about me trying to show myself as if I am better than Munangagwa and Jamisa on school fees. So I am now at that level. That is, I've raised myself to that level where I'm portraying myself as better than all these other characters. I don't know, your icon is moving. Are you speaking, Hudu?
No, I'm not speaking.
Okay, I think it's faulty. Yeah, it's faulty. So sometimes the icon will be flashing. So sometimes I'll be thinking a person is speaking, but they're just not being heard. But do you know what? Just following up on this is extremely important, because what you have just exposed, what you're exposing here is, look, this man. It's not very long ago that he said that he has got a um, a, a, an institution that is bigger than Chamisa and Mnangagwa. Do you remember that? Yeah,
Yes, I
he
remember.
said that, look, his institution is bigger than Chamisa and Mnangagwa. He said he's got the biggest electorate. Mnangagwa and Chamisa only command 5,000. He commands 5 million. He commands 10 million people. He leads 10 million people. And then now today he's saying, look, people should send their requests for school fees to Mnangagwa and Chamisa. Hey, that's quite huge. I don't know how people can't see that this man is a scammer. This man is scamming them. This man is scamming their own destiny. He's showing atozita ndiye mutungamiri wenyika. He has made himself an alternative leader, better than Mnangagwa and Chamisa. Instead of a journalist, instead of an activist who is just helping, who is just screaming about things that are wrong, right? He's projected himself as better than all these other people. Same thing as Maxwell Chikumbutso, what he was saying just a few days ago, that he is the Elon Musk. You know, when I was speaking with him, and he says, look, I'm like Elon Musk. So shut up. Don't ask me questions. I'm better than Elon Musk. I'm at the same level. I'm providing a car which is charged by endless electricity. So basically, you know, these are scammers. And by the way, Hulu, just before someone comes in here, I want to just wrap and bring some content, some flesh to this. He recently came up with the idea of a government in exile, and that he also said he was going to provide 3 million, sorry, he's going to provide free medical care that he's going to finance, he's going to pay from his pockets for elderly people who are above 70. And yet, for his own former employer, Jeff Nyarota, he couldn't pay 15,000 for it. He had to rely on Wikno Chivayo to pay that that 15,000. And then soon after that, he claimed that his clinic was shut because of two spaces that Hulu ran. And he accused Hulu for trying to assault the doctor that he was organizing that clinic. And then soon after that, his own presenter, online presenter, Salani Mutsami, she announces, look, that this man scammed you. This man lied. There was never any threat to invade a clinic. But quickly, the issue of money. This time he's saying he's so wealthy, right? That time you're saying, look, he's so wealthy that people shouldn't ask him about the 50,000 that he used to purchase his Chisipiti home between 1996 and 2004, a period when he also changed his own name, and his own colleagues were arrested and jailed for high profile money laundering in the United Kingdom. And so he says people shouldn't ask him about the flat 50,000 because he's got 3 million, over 3 million USDs, or is it pounds, in his account. Right? And then he says, look, he's running a clinic that is going to finance medical expenses, for like all medical expenses for people above 70s. He can't pay that. Right? And then now he's saying that he's getting these requests for school fees, and he's only going to take requests for medical issues like emergencies. So those emergencies, Zimbabweans on this space, can you follow up on him and find out if he's going to meet those emergencies? Because he actually promised that he's going to pay, particularly if your parent or your relative is above 70. Can you let us know that he has paid? Toda kuzoti abhadhara here, because akataura ega akataura kuti ari kubhadhara, asi izvo here Hulu. He actually said that he's going to pay. He's going to finance from his own pockets, from his 3 million pairs.
Yes, and Zimai, just for the sake of record here, I'm going to be posting on the Jumbotron the calculations. You see, you remember he said that he paid 47,000.
Oh, please, that is important. Yeah, that one is extremely important. Yeah.
I want people to know that Hopochungono did. He was selling his house. His house in Chisipiti was on sale for 550,000 US dollars, and of course, for 550,000 US dollars, we are not aware of the exact amount of money that was eventually paid. Remember, you can advertise a house for 550,000, and later you can have a buyer coming up with maybe 450,000, and then things like that. So I want to work out for the people the 47,000 because the capital gain tax in Zimbabwe is 20% when you sell your house. So he sold his house via an agent. So if you work out the amount, you will see that the 47,000 he claims to have paid to the ZIMRA, to the tax authorities in Zimbabwe, is basically money that came, out of selling his car. Yet, when he was making the statement, it sounded more like he had made profit from running a profitable company in Zimbabwe, and as a result of that, the taxman had to take 47,000 out of his profits. So I just want people to understand that when you are put under pressure by some people and you feel like, oh, he paid a whole 47,000 US dollars in tax in Zimbabwe, which means his company made a profit of about, you would work out around 180,000 US dollars, for him to get charged 47,000 US dollars as the 26% of tax, the tax rate in Zimbabwe. So it is shocking that while he was criticizing Mudiwa of not telling the truth to the people, he himself did not give details in terms of where did the 47,000 come from. What he did was he posted, some figures on the goats, where he said that you can buy Boer goats from South Africa and you breed them with them hard Mashona goats in Zimbabwe, and then you can sell each goat for US 1,000. And I said to the people when I was looking at this information that rarely would you buy a goat for 1,000 in Zimbabwe, US dollar 1,000 in Zimbabwe. Goats are selling for about $35 to $40 to $50. But of course, it is possible that when you've got a better breed, you can sell it for much higher. But can you imagine that he's talking about 1,000? And by the way, Boer goats, when you bring them into Zimbabwe, most people don't even have to sell them for meat, but rather for breeding purposes. So to think that Hoppo had to run a business for goats in Zimbabwe, which resulted in him making a profit of 180,000 US dollars, for which the taxman would have to deduct the 26%, working out to be close to plus minus that 47,000 that he declared on his Twitter handle, is just something that is incredible, and is something that it does not exist. It is a lie. It is not credible information. And I have invited him, similarly to the same way I wanted to verify the clinic that he said he's going to set up a clinic with Dr. Maboreke in Harare. And already I was on my way there to verify that. And he changed his mind and saying he's now shutting down the clinic because of me. But at the same time, you see, I never meant any harm to the doctor at all. The only thing I wanted to do was to verify whether there is a clinic, to verify if there are patients at the clinic. And I wanted to take videos and pictures of activities at that clinic. That was all. And that is something I told him. But realizing that he's just lying, he decided, I'm shutting down the clinic because of Hulu, and the clinic is not going to run. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, again, the 47,000 US dollars that he says he paid to the taxman. It is important for you to understand that there is tax that you pay in Zimbabwe when you sell your house. And that has nothing to do with him making a profit from any company and having to pay the 47,000. If if this information is wrong, I challenge Hope Wachingono to respond to it, and he can show us the proof that he is running a business that is better than Mudiwa Hood, a business that is better than Walter Magaya, because those are the two people. I'm not a fan of both of them. Walter Magaya and Mudiwa Hood, but at the same time, I don't hate them. So I would need to treat them the same way I would treat Hopewell, by just verifying his information as much as he verifies their information. So this is what we have to do. So Zimai, so you got to get the numbers right. He was selling his house, 550,000 US dollars. Eventually, I think the house was sold for under that amount. and for which then the tax. Remember, he bought a house in Parktown, Johannesburg, and after that, So what happens is that the tax of 47,000 that he's talking about. I haven't verified whether he indeed actually paid 47,000, but at this particular moment, I'll believe that he did pay that. But then it was not from the profits from a company, but rather, from a sale of property.
Pressure. People will just be getting pressure, right? They'll be made to feel like they are so, and they're not working as hard as Hopoching on. They're not as smart as Hopoching on. Well, Hulu, this is serious. But I guess this now calls for people to study. The Maxo Chikumbuzo scam should be a sign that people need to study. And I'll also say even the Emerson Mnangagwa scam should be a wake-up call for people to study. I mean, someone who was clearly deep in crime, in serious crime, all of a sudden he's running your lives. He's running your tweet timeline, right? Dictating what you must think, what you must eat, where you must go, how you must breathe. Eh? How you must, and this person is a scammer. So this should be a wake up call, isn't it? Right? Who's next here? Right. I think we've got research, evaluate. Research, evaluate. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. It's like I just want to also to share my thoughts.
Yes, please.
The Justice Minister who is alleged to have been fired.
I think your microphone is a little bit too close or something. It's a bit shaky. Yeah.
What about now?
Yeah, better now. It's getting better now. Yeah.
Yes, what I'm saying is that I just want to also contribute on the discussion. People are saying that the Justice Minister fires Geza from ZANU-PF. That is what I want to contribute on, because from the onset, I have been saying that the 2030 agenda was a blessing in disguise, or is a blessing in disguise for the opposition, because the opposition was asleep, and now they are starting to wake up because of this. So I think it's a God-given agenda, the way it is coming. And like what happens now to Geza, who has been fired, that is also another blessing in disguise. You know that when you are dealing with the revolution, usually the revolution should reach a boiling point. So what has happened is a step into this particular.
Sorry, Ziyambi, can you please inform research that it has not yet been made official that Geza has been fired. It is a developing story, so that
Yes.
we give people the correct information.
Oh yes, no, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Well, yes, the supposed. I think maybe we just call it the supposed firing of Geza. Absolutely, yeah.
So thank you. So if it is just like that, let it come, because it will try to push the struggle to another level. So that is what we've been waiting for. Because when you see these issues at play, there should be a lot of things that should come on. So thank you for clarifying. The previous speaker was saying someone has no right to fire. Justice Minister has no right to fire Geza. Let him have the right, or not that particular right, but we want that to happen so that the movement can move on. I think that is my only contribution. And on the other issue, maybe the Oppo issue, I know that there could be some problems there with the Oppo issue, but I want to give you the example of the 11th September massacre in the US. When there was such a problem, the Democrats and the Republicans, enemies and the sinners, they came together to face the problem. So my request is sometimes on the Oppo, try to make sure that we is going to be given justice in the New Zimbabwe. But let's unite under this particular issue of 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution there. I don't know, Ulu, do you wanna respond to that?
I can only just say thank you very much, Research, for loving your country, and thank you for having hope that we can have a better country. country, and for us to have a better country, everybody has to be on an equal pedestal. So, in other words, the standard that we put for President Emerson Mnangagwa must be the same standard we put for VP Chiwenga and the same standard that we put for Advocate Nelson Chamisa. I think, Zimai and the audience, I think when it comes to the issues of the opposition right now, as research is talking about, I think this is this may not necessarily be a God-given opportunity for the opposition. Let me tell you why briefly. I think the opposition is not participating. Strongly when it comes to this anti-2030. Project. You see, this 2030 project is a threat to the security of our country. And whosoever is going to achieve, the goal of making it not to happen, is likely going to be the person that is going to lead the country. So we haven't had much from the opposition in terms of them standing firm and saying we do not want this. So if ZANU PF within itself is going to be able to, to stop this nonsense. What is going to happen is that ZANU PF once again is obviously going to prove that it is the only political party that has got the capacity to make change in Zimbabwe. So this, I think, is the time when the opposition was supposed to be extremely vociferous, extremely strong on the ground against this 2030 project. Because if this 2030 project happens, there will be no elections in Zimbabwe. So how will the opposition then have an opportunity to run the country? So if within ZANU-PF itself, they are going to correct themselves and stop the 2030 agenda, what happens then is that clearly ZANU-PF will be the one that would have managed to stop this. And you can give them the leadership. The ZANU-PF is going to continue, and the opposition is going to be nowhere. So if you're not there, they always say the war veterans. If you are not there when the children cry, if you're not there when the women cry, if you're not there as they fought against Rhodesia, how can you pop out in 1980 and then say, I want you to vote for me? Because they fought against Rhodesia. They fought against colonialism. So if you are not there in ZIFA, if you're not there in Zambia, and then you pop out in 1980 and you say you want people to vote for you, you're not likely going to win. So if the opposition is not there now, when people are fighting against the 2030, which is a very strong movement, by the way, backed by money and Makorokoza, and you're not there, how can you pop out at some point and say, I want to challenge VP Chiwenga, when VP Chiwenga, for example, will be the one that would have managed to overcome this? So, Zimai, I don't think that the opposition at this particular moment, it has got an opportunity right now or in the future if they are going to be mere spectators to what is happening right now. I think it is a mistake. The delay by Advocate Nelson Chamisa to announce his activities is to me strategically a fatal blow to the opposition, because coming up later when you have been there before and trying to get the spoils of somebody's work will be a challenge. Yeah, Zimai.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm being tempted here to. Can you hear me, folks? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Yes. So I was saying I'm being tempted. Being tempted to give evidence, like written evidence, that to the war veterans that Mnangagwa was a project of the Rhodesia British CIO, and I'm being seriously tempted. But I also think that they should have asked for it, because they know that I have it. They should have. They should be serious. ZANU-PF is not serious about security, about intelligence, perhaps in the same way that I've seen Vanachamisa are like. Zimbabweans are generally too casual on intelligence. They don't value what is accurate, and they also keep mafaira for political reasons. you know you know, which is sad. They don't do it for national security purposes. So if they know something about you, they'll keep. And so eventually, what happens is that 37 years later, like we saw in 2017, Grace Mugabe will just pop out from nowhere like a stupid idiot and just start screaming and says, Aida Gura President, oy. Aida Gura, Kavamuna 1980. And and so when people hear that, they will then doubt what they're being given as intelligence, because it loses its meaning. Evidence loses its meaning when it is not used to protect a country, and it is used for political purposes. When they needed Mnangagwa in 79 and 1980 to kill Tongogara, to kill political opponents, they never talked about it. They never released the fact that he was actually a double agent for the Rhodesia CIO, and that he was actually an ex-prisoner who was released for an agenda to to then pose as a war veteran for the struggle, and then infiltrate and damage them. Yet they were sitting on this intelligence since 1980, March 1980. She was even very clear as the dating. And Mugabe was alive at that time in November when she said this. "Ndoda kukuudza imi Zimbabweans, pane zvimwe zvinhu I've got access to privileged information. Ndoda kukuudzai kuti munhu uyu anonzi Mnangagwa uyu, my-elections apera muna March 1980. Aida kuuraya presidenti. Akaudza presidenti, my-elections apera, kuti indai kuMozambique, muda kuurayiwa nevarungu. Ipapo anga atoronga nevarungu kuuraya presidenti. Presidenti achisvika kuMozambique, vakaudzwa namashero naNyerere kunzi, go Robert, go back home. Zvakanzi, Robert, I said, go back home. President wakati, rega timbonoona ndikuzvikanzi, Robert, I said, go back home. Aida kuuraya president uyu. Makosini, that man is a rapture. Do you know what a rapture is? He is a liquidator. Look up the word liquidator in the dictionary. He is a liquidator. They needed a liquidator. They were so glued to a liquidator. That's all they wanted at that time, such that they didn't listen to intelligence. That intelligence, they actually got it from, they got that intelligence even from the very Rhodesia system itself that was alerting them. This person is going to mess up your project. And because they needed him, they warmed up to him until he placated himself as the virtual deputy to the president. And so when the coup eventually happened, nearly 40 years later, 4 decades later, 37 years later, by this time, they're now all too old to remember the intelligence data that they had. And it wasn't computerized. It was just people who here get intelligence and they never even write it down. They never document it, so that that data is constantly reviewed. Every month you sit down there, you analyze that data, you repackage it, you put it into graphs, you look at it so that you can manage your affairs. They never looked at that. So now they're looking at things now 37 years later. Why? Because now all of a sudden the liquidator is now liquidating them. So now it's important. So now, no, we've got to deal with we've got to liquidate the liquidator, but it's now too late. And then they rush, they scramble for evidence, and they go and they take Godfrey Majonga, who he made to jump from a fifth floor flat because of a love affair, and crippled him. And they now, when Godfrey Majonga was struggling, when he became a crippled, when he was in hospital, then they never even gave him $10 to buy oranges in hospital. They've been quiet all this time. More than 20 years later, Godfrey Majonga is needed. Let's bring him. Let's push his wheelchair. You never pushed his wheelchair when he was needy. Now you want Godfrey Majonga to speak for your own purposes. And that's why when Godfrey Majonga was pushed there, he wouldn't say anything. He actually said, look, when I was struggling, you never cared. So the evidence is no longer needed. The intelligence is no longer needed. It's like this Hopo Chingono intelligence that we're getting here from Hulu. People are saying, no, just leave it. Let's unite. Against anti 2030. Did Hulu say that people shouldn't unite? Did so and so who is investigating, including his own former employers, did they talk about? Did they say stop doing 2030 and start doing this and start exposing Hopewell? No. They've just been saying, look, while you're doing everything, watch out for this. So same thing, if you're getting out into the road and right now, soon after this space, and you're driving to Bulawayo from Harare, and someone tells you, before you get out there, watch out, there is a hazard. There are 5 hazards on the way. Watch out for them. So this is the problem that we have in our country. Zimbabweans don't value intelligence. I've noticed not just Zimbabweans, but even Africans. I've helped a lot of Africans in on the continent where there are life-threatening circumstances, and they most of them, if not all of them, have been too casual. When you show them that there's danger there, watch out for this. When they go to Tuzu, they only wake up when it's too late.
So, Zimai,
Yeah.
I have posted up some information there on your Jumbotron. I want you to assist me in 5 minutes just to do some numbers. Can you help me?
Yes, I'm here. I'm actually looking at them right now. So I'm seeing, yeah. So it says pictures. Hopo Chingono's stunning new home, right? Gambakwe, right? Chisipiti House is pricing for you at 550,000 or slightly 10 million rands, right? Taking to X, Hopo said many of you have said okay. Well, I was 29 years old when I bought my first home, which is okay, so I've got that, right? And what else?
But check this, Simai.
Yeah.
Simai,
yeah.
I know you reported on it. Can you please help me get to know again the original price of Hopewell's house? What did Hopewell bought his house? It was in 2000 and what?
It was in 2004, right? He said
2004.
Yes, between 2001 and 2004.
He said he bought it for.
He said he bought it for
how much?
60,000 US.
Right. He said he bought it for 60,000. Was it 60,000 US dollars?
US dollars. That's right. Yeah. Value. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So now.
It's represented by 50,000 US and by 50,000 pounds. So you say 60,000 US, right? And then he also reports 50,000 cash from a sports car that he quickly exported from the UK on credit and then quickly sold it. Yes.
Yeah, but I just want you to see, if you use the 60,000, look, and he bought it in 2004. He sold it in 2020. Was it 2023 or 2024? Was it last year that he sold it? I still need to double check that, right? Now, it was priced at about 550,000 US dollars, and you have got agent fees that need to be paid, you remove the agent fees. In Zimbabwe, your agent fees will be about 15% of the value of the amount, and then you have got your 20% capital gains tax, and you have got so you've got your 20% capital gains tax, and you've got 15% that is supposed to pay to the agent. And then he was advertising it for 550,000. So there's a possibility that maybe it ended up. Remember, the 60,000 that he originally bought it for, and other expenses must be deducted. So if you look at the 47,000, the 47,000 in tax will apply to something plus minus 200. You are making
250, yeah, 250,000. That's right.
Yeah, somewhere there, about $200,000 US. So if you look at the number that he claims to have paid to Zimra of 47,000, you would, and yet he was advertising his house at 550,000. Let's assume his house ended up being bought for something like $400,000 US, and you remove the 15% from there, remove the 60,000 that he originally bought the house from there, and remove all other things, in order to calculate the capital gains, you would reckon that it does make sense for him to pay an amount of about 47,000 to Zimra. Do you get that?
Yeah, it makes sense.
So we can completely debunk the whole notion that he's running a company in Zimbabwe that made profit of about $200,000 US, for which 47,000 was deducted as tax from the profits. So we can completely debunk that, except if he can provide us with proof. Otherwise, what we know is that he sold his house. That's what we know. That's the information that we have at this particular moment. And what we also know is that he does have goats. You get that? We also know that. Yeah. But in terms of making profit out of the goats, that information is not there. Because if that information is there, you would need, and I always say, if you want to see a successful business, fellow Zimbabweans and Zimai, when we say Wick Neil Chivayo is a managing director of IMC, so as soon as he becomes a managing director of IMC, and you want to check where Wick Neil is getting his money from, the most basic thing is to check his workers. You remember people say, Mdiwa Hood is a CEO of 1,000 workers. But when people challenged him to say, can you show us the 1,000 workers, he could not show them. Because, as soon as you've got workers, what happens is that all these workers need to be registered with the labor department. You see that? So what happens now is that they also need, to have pay slips. They need also to have conditions of services. They need a NASA needs to come in and things like that. So it is very easy for you to check whether Precap Farm has got workers and how the workers are being treated, how much are they being paid, and stuff like that. So somebody who does not have, let's say, for example, a tax number, he claims that he is running an extremely big business. That's a lie. Somebody who doesn't have a tax return cannot claim also to be running a big business, because when you run a big business, you need to pay tax. And another thing that is important for people to know is that when you run a formal business in Zimbabwe, you either accept US dollars, South African rands, Botswana pulas, or the ZIFA. So what happens is that you are operating in that environment. That's why you see OK is collapsing, because it is not easy to operate in our environment with all the taxes that have been introduced by Ntulingwe. So most companies, including Chinese companies, by the way, fellow Zimbabweans, mining companies are shutting down in Zimbabwe. They can't operate effectively there. That's the reason why you have noticed that some Chinese companies that came in recently, doing mining, they've been given tax breaks by the government, because the operating environment makes it very difficult when you have to pay tax. So now you have got Wick Neil Chivayo himself and his company operating in the same environment. And then you find them, you ask yourself, how is it that they can be able to dish out cars, dish out money without complaining? Now, those are the issues that we need always to look at. Even Precap Farm itself, I'll put it in the same standard as IMC, put it as the same as Hopewell if he's running his company.
Mm-hmm.
We need to see who are the workers, how much are they being paid, how much income tax has been taken from the workers if they are highly paid by ZIFA, and that will show you that that company is doing well. If you check that with Econet, you will see that you will find that information. If you check with Net1, you'll find that information. But if you check with IMC, you will not find that information. By the way, Wicknell is classified as the managing director of IMC, which means he must actually spend a lot of time at his company because he's a managing director. He's managing that company. But most of the time, you don't find Wicknell at his offices. You don't find him in Zimbabwe. You don't find him running his company. But he is registered as a managing director of IMC, a company that's supposedly making millions of money and profits and donating cars to people almost every week. But you never find the managing director there. He's not managing anything at his company. He's just collecting money. And then that's when you realize that we are agreeing with Comrade Geza that this is a business and a leadership of Marco Rokoza. Zimai.
Wow. This is quite a mouthful, I must say. Our people, I'm sure people are picking a few notes here out of this. Right. Do we have any more veterans? Oh, by the way, greetings, Collins. Collins Maisiri. How are you doing, brother? We've got an estate manager there called Collins Maisiri. I met this gentleman quite a while ago, about 15 years ago or so. I think it was. Was it 10 or so years ago? Maisiri, do you remember? Right. I was hoping he was going to come up and tell us one or two things about what happens in the estate. Um, yeah, there's a lot of corruption that's happening in the estate management at the High Court and the masters of the High Court. We've got a lot of people complaining lately. I don't know, Hulu, if I'm sure Hulu, you raised complaints recently also, right? You had struggles, right, with your family property, I think, being taken away or something like that.
Zima, you want me to comment on that or what?
Yeah. Well, if you're uncomfortable, it's still fine. It's okay. No, I'm just thinking. Yeah. So Collins Maisiri is he worked in at the Masters of the High Court. You used to do a lot of estate management, deceased estates and the like. And so, yeah, and yeah. Kune nyadza kawanda ikoko, there's a lot there. I get too many problems coming out of there, people complaining my father's property, my mother's property, this and that. And we had recently we had Oliver Mtukudzi's kids complaining that from nowhere Mtukudzi's young wife, right, Daisy, was announced that she is taking over the entire estate from a will that this was an alleged forged will from nowhere. And that will says that the kids don't get anything. It says that the person who gets everything 100% is the wife. And and yeah, it's quite a sad thing. I guess maybe that's what you're also talking about, Hulu, the corruption, the Korokoza culture economy that we've turned our country into here, where everything is just a grab and take system. It's greed that's just running and eating the very fiber of society.
Yes, that's correct, Zimai. And for those who are just joining us, of course, this is Zimai Space running and giving you information happening in Zimbabwe, unfolding situation in Zimbabwe. Another revolution, as we have seen the revolution in 2017, looks like there is going to be another revolution in Zimbabwe in 2025. The experience that those who are in power in Zimbabwe have had in 2017, perhaps can assist them in terms of knowing what to do right now. So many people are still waiting to hear what President Edi Mnangagwa is going to say about the developing situation in Zimbabwe, and what perhaps the vice president, according to Zimai, Zimai is reporting that there's now almost like 2 centers of power in Zimbabwe, where the vice president has gained a lot of power because of on the backdrop of the 2030 agenda being funded by people such as the Midlands Guru, that is Muda Nue, as well as Ziyambi from Mashonaland and others, including Jablani Suranda. We have seen also Jablani Suranda also fronting that. And what impact is that having, say, for example, on the activities of Barakashi, for example? People have also been talking about Dr. Tate Mavetera and some of the things that happened at the Heroes Eka.
Is he a doctor?
And singing.
Did you say doctor? Did you say Dr. Mavetera?
Apparently so. Yes, all right. So this is a developing story, ladies and gentlemen, and Zimbabwe is entering very difficult waters. As you have been reporting as well, the United States of America has been is suspending aid to Zimbabwe, and many people know that in Southern Africa, countries such as Zimbabwe, Malawi, South Africa, Botswana, Swaziland have been ravaged by the HIV virus, and USAID has been helping a lot of these countries by contributing to Zimbabwe in almost 100 million US dollars in a financial year for different issues, including especially for medical services, and with our hospitals dysfunctional and challenges we are having with our medicines, how are we going to be able to plug the gap with the United States under Donald Trump? Pulling out of aiding African countries and other countries. So these are some of the things that our leadership have to deal with. And again, now that we have got the 2030 brigade moving around the country and forcing this 2030 agenda on everybody, we have also people such as Kudai is reporting, and that they are worried that you now have people focusing on an additional 2 years. 2030 will just be an additional 2 years to the second term, and yet there's still 4 years to go. There's still 4 years in this second term, and this 4 years now is being destroyed for the sake of having the additional 2 years added on top of the 2028. So we are going to have 6 years if we're ever going to reach 2030. In this kind of scenario, we're going to have 6 years of campaigning, 6 years of election mode, and we have seen the Bay Bridge Harare Highway has stopped. The contractors have just abandoned the work there. The Gwaishangan Dam had stalled as well. There was no progress. We had last week a little bit from the government mouthpieces that maybe there's going to be a restart of work at the Gwaishangan. Money ran out. The Gwaishangan Dam, which was supposed to alleviate the problems of water in our great city of Bulawayo. Apparently now we have no progress taking place at the Gwaishangan Dam, and no progress taking place on the 100 and something kilometers still undone, almost 200 kilometers, undone on the Bay Bridge to Harare Highway. The Bay Bridge to Victoria Falls Highway is in such a dilapidated state that one South African visitor who drives motorbikes throughout Africa, he described it as the worst road on earth that he has ever driven on. The potholes on the Bay Bridge to Victoria Falls Highway were described as the worst you can ever see anywhere in the world. And President Lazarus Chakwera, Zima, just to add again, President Lazarus Chakwera of Malawi has been making extreme progress when it comes to infrastructure projects. I'm going to be sharing with people the pictures from Malawi. Amazing stuff that he has been doing, the Lazarus Chakwera. He has been under pressure ever since he came in. But I can tell you, in terms of roads, infrastructure, in terms of bridges and all that, it's nothing anywhere near to what you hear from Zimbabwe. He is way, way, way ahead. And his interchanges have been very cheap, using only under 5 million to US 7 million. I'll be sharing that information with the people. Extremely beautiful roads. And I was in Malawi. I was so impressed by the work that they've been doing there. So, when it comes to infrastructure in Zimbabwe, we are nowhere near where we want. Everything is stopping now. Companies are closing. OK is closing 5 shops. Bonmache is having problems. Choppies was already sold. And many people really, really suffering. And so it's a developing story, and Zimai is reporting on all these things. Zimai?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Hulu. Well, here we are. Here we are, viewers, ministers. These are the developments in the country, and we're waiting to see what is going on. There's going to be another story here that is developing, and it's relating to attempts to fire Chiwenga, and so the current unofficial talk inside Zanu PF is that there is a group of I'll call them G40 style characters who are asking Auxilia Mnangagwa, putting pressure on her to get her husband to fire Chiwenga. How successful they're going to be if they're truly doing this is going to define the future of this country. Do I think they're going to be successful? I want to be frank. From the type of Emerson and the type of Auxilia that I know these two people, who I have communicated with before, I do not see them, any of them, firing Chiwenga, even though there is pressure to fire. I do not see them. Do you know why? Someone will ask me, why do I say so? Because these two people, two characters, they are not the Mugabe type. They are not the war veteran type who could do that. They are not the military type because they are not in any way trained for military warfare. Their training is on sabotage operations. So I do not see them ever accepting the proposal or the temptation to fire Chiwenga, because they know what it means. There are people who were trained to sabotage, and so they can give you a false sense of security that things are in a certain way or in a certain light when they are not. So those people I apologize, I got cut off there. Got cut off, my apologies. Just checking one small thing. Hold on, please. Stay there.
Our vision 2030 is for all of us.
Our vision 2030 is for all for us.
Kwete zamunoti mbingamo.
Kwete zamunoti mbingamo. Uhondo taiziti shigananda. Kwete zamunoti mbingamo. Uhondo taiziti shigananda.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Zamunoti mbingamo. Uhondo taiziti shigananda. Zamunoti mbingamo. Uhondo taiziti shigananda. Who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Uhondo taiziti shigananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Kwete zamunoti mbingamo. Uhondo taiziti shigananda. Kwete zamunoti mbingamo. Uhondo taiziti shigananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Katika munatimina puhulukai kitiri kananda. Katika munatimina puhulukai kitiri kananda.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth
Those who grow big tummies
and
through
questionable
ill-gotten
morals.
wealth.
Who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Both of you must keep the beautizing. Traumas that need you guiding. Both of you must keep the beautizing, so strength keeps fumbling. Keep the beautizing, don't let go. Stand beside him, help him deputizing. Challenges and needs you guiding. Both of you must keep deputizing, so his strength keeps fumbling. Keep deputizing, don't let go. Stand beside him, help him fall. So he stays a pastor, let the mission last longer. He must remain a pastor, strong in faith, standing stronger. So he stays a pastor, let the mission last longer. He must remain a pastor, strong in faith, standing stronger. Both of you must keep deputizing. Charm is a needs you guiding. Both of you must keep deputizing, so his strength keeps fumbling. Keep deputizing, don't let go. Stand beside him, help him fall. So he stays a pastor, let the mission last longer. He must remain a pastor, strong in faith, standing stronger.
Our vision 2030 is for all for us.
Our vision 2030 is for all for us.
Kwete zamunotimbinga
Kwete zamunotimbinga
uhondo
taidziti zvikananda. Kwete zamunotimbinga uhondo taidziti
those
zvikananda.
who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth.
Zamunotimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Zamunotimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth.
Kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Kwete zamunotimbinga uhondo taidziti zvikananda. Kwete zamunotimbinga uhondo taidziti zvikananda. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth.
questionable morals.
Kuhono teziti shikananda, pote zamu no timbingo. Kuhono teziti shikananda, those who grow big to me still got a wealth. Those who grow big to me still got a wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Those who grow big to me still got a wealth. Those who grow big to me still got a wealth.
Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Katika munatindinda puhulukai kitiri kananda. Katika munatindinda puhulukai kitiri kananda.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth
Those who grow big tummies
and
through
questionable
ill-gotten
morals.
wealth.
Our vision 2030 is for all. Our vision 2030 is for all. Our vision 2030 is for all. Weteta munoti mbinga kuono taiti tishikananda. Weteta munoti mbinga kuono taiti tishikananda. Weteta munoti mbinga kuono
Those
taiti
who
tishikananda.
grow big tummies through ill-gotten
Weteta
wealth
munoti mbinga
and questionable morals.
tishikananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Both of you must keep the ties and traumas that need you guiding. Both of you must keep the ties in so strength keeps fumbling. Keep the ties in, don't let go. Stand beside him, help him fall. So he stays a pastor, let the mission last longer. He must remain a pastor, strong in faith, standing stronger. Both of you must keep deputizing. Traumas that need you guiding. Both of you must keep deputizing so strength keeps fumbling. Keep deputizing, don't let go. Stand beside him, help him fall. So he stays a pastor, let the mission last longer. He must remain a pastor, strong in faith, standing stronger. So he stays a pastor, let the mission last longer. He must remain a pastor, strong in faith, standing stronger. Charm is what needs you guiding. Both of you must keep the pew ties in, so his strength keeps fumbling. Keep the pew ties in, don't let go. Stand beside him, help him fall. So he stays a pastor, let the mission last longer. He must remain a pastor, strong in faith that is stronger.
Our vision 2030 is for all for us.
Our vision 2030 is for all for us.
Kwete zamunoti mbingamo
Kwete zamunoti
Uhondo
mbingamo
taidziti
Uhondo
zvikananda
taidziti zvikananda Kwete zamunoti mbingamo Uhondo taidziti
Those
zvikananda
who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth.
Zamunoti mbingamo kuhondo taidziti zvikananda. Zamunoti mbingamo kuhondo taidziti zvikananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth.
Kuhondo taidziti zvikananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Kwete zamunoti mbingamo Uhondo taidziti zvikananda. Kwete zamunoti mbingamo Uhondo taidziti zvikananda. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth.
Who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Uhondo taidziti zvikananda. Kwete zamunoti mbingamo Kuhona density shikananda. Those who grow big to me still gotta wealth. Those who grow big to me still gotta wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Those who grow big to me still gotta wealth. Those who grow big to me still gotta wealth.
Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Katika munatinda kuhundukai kitiri kananda. Katika munatinda kuhundukai kitiri kananda.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth
Those who grow big tummies
and
through
questionable
ill-gotten
morals.
wealth.
It must be known that Zanu is at the midst of a war, Nevarungu. And the strategies that are coming up, conference, is to try and defeat the enemy. Because the struggle continues. And the sister Kataura Kare, before Nikaisa Chapo, kana wakada kutitaurira nyaya yeconstitution seswa mawo veterans vakanidza kuputika tinokutaurira kuti takataurira hapana mumwe veteran asingazvi kuti kana constitution isiri kutaura zvatoda tobvarura tonyora ine. It is our constitution. We make our own constitution. We are not deriving our constitution from the Roman Dutch law. We are creating our own. We are a sovereign state. We do zvatinonzwa kuti ndozvinoitira vanhu vedu zvakanaka. Kwete kuti isusu takamirira ma-Americans or ma-British or any other people. No. So, I wanted to make it clear that the War Veterans League, War Veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. War Veterans, I want to repeat this. War Veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. Tisu tiri kutaura izvozvo kuti we will stand with the president. We will stand nema-resolutions evanhu. I hope the president request yakaitwa nevanhu. He will not turn that down. Because people spoke. And he said in one of his addresses, the people's voice is the people. The voice of the people is the voice of God. Saka, maniri yakaita zvinhu. Isusu mawo veteran ndo zvatiri kutaura. I hope anyone else who had the question iri kure tochiti pamwe yaanayo yaanoda about this subject ndokupamiro ndoda kugumira pano. It must be known that ZANU-PF is at the midst of a war, Nevarungu. And the strategies that are coming up, conference, is to try and defeat the enemy. Because the struggle continues. And the sister Kataura Kare, before Nikaisa Chapo, kana wakada kutitaurira nyaya yeconstitution seswa mawo veterans vakanidza kuputika tinokutaurira kuti takataurira hapana mumwe veteran asingazvi kuti kana constitution isiri kutaura zvatoda tobvara vatonyora ine. It is our constitution. We make our own constitution. We are not deriving our constitution from the Roman Dutch law. We are creating our own. We are a sovereign state. We do zvatinonzwa kuti ndozvinoitira vanhu vedu zvakanaka. Kwete kuti isusu takamirira ma-Americans or ma-British or any other people. No. So, I wanted to make it clear that the War Veterans League, my veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. My war veterans, I want to repeat this. My war veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. Tisu tiri kutaura izvozvo kuti we will stand with the president. We will stand nema-resolutions evanhu. I hope the president request yakaitwa nevanhu. You will not turn that down. Because people spoke. And he said in one of his addresses, the people's voice is the people. The voice of the people is the voice of God. Saka, no maniri yakaita zvinhu. Isusu mawo veteran ndo zvatiri kutaura. I hope anyone else who had the question iri kure tochiti pamwe yaanayo yaanoda about this subject ndopamiro. It must be known that ZANU-PF is at the midst of a war, nevarungu. And the strategies that are coming up, conference, is to try and defeat the enemy. Because the struggle continues. And the sister Kataura Kare, before Nikaisa Tiapo, kana wakada kutitaurira nyaya yeconstitution seswa mawo veterans vakanidza putika tinokutaurira kuti takataurirana hapana mumwe veteran asingazii kuti kana constitution isiri kutaura zvatoda tobvara vatonyora ine. It is our constitution. We make our own constitution. We are not deriving our constitution from the Roman Dutch law. We are creating our own. We are a sovereign state. We do zvatinonzwa kuti ndozvinoitira vanhu vedu zvakanaka. Kwete kuti isusu takamirira ma-Americans or ma-British or any other people. No. So, I wanted to make it clear that the War Veterans League, my war veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. My war veterans, I want to repeat this. My war veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. Tisu tiri kutaura izvozvo kuti we will stand with the president. We will stand nema-resolutions evanhu. I hope the president request yakaitwa nevanhu. You will not turn that down. Because people spoke. And he said in one of his addresses, the people's voice is the people. The voice of the people is the voice of God. Saka, no maniri yakaita zvinhu. Isusu mawo veteran ndo zvatiri kutaura. I hope anyone else who had the question iri kure tochiti pamwe yaanayo yaanoda about this subject ndopamiro. It must be known that ZANU-PF is at the midst of a war, nevarungu. And the strategies that are coming up, conference, is to try and defeat the enemy. Because the struggle continues. And the sister Kataura Kare, before Nikaisa Tiapo, kana wakada kutitaurira nyaya yeconstitution seswa mawo veterans vakanidza putika tinokutaurira kuti takataurirana hapana mumwe veteran asingazii kuti kana constitution isiri kutaura zvatoda tobvara vatonyora ine. It is our constitution. We make our own constitution. We are not deriving our constitution from the Roman Dutch law. We are creating our own. We are a sovereign state. We do zvatinonzwa kuti ndozvinoitira vanhu vedu zvakanaka. Kwete kuti isusu takamirira ma-Americans or ma-British or any other people. No. So, I wanted to make it clear that the War Veterans League, my war veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. My war veterans, I want to repeat this. My war veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. Tisu tiri kutaura izvozvo kuti we will stand with the president. We will stand nema-resolutions evanhu. I hope the president request yakaitwa nevanhu. You will not turn that down. Because people spoke. And he said in one of his addresses, the people's voice is the people. The voice of the people is the voice of God. Saka, no maniri yakaita zvinhu. isusu mawo veteran ndo zvatiri kutaura. I hope anyone else who had the question iri kure tochiti pamwe yaanayo yaanoda about this subject ndokupamiro ndoda kugumira pana. It must be known that ZANU-PF is at the midst of a war nevarungu, and the strategies that are coming up fanga dzakaiswa nevanhu patakaenda conference is to try and defeat the enemy, because the struggle continues. And isusu takataura kare before nyika isati yapo, kana wakada kutitaurira nyaya yeconstitution sesu vamwe mawo veterans vakaridza pfutika, tinokutaurira kuti takataurirana hapana mumwe veteran asingazivi kuti kana constitution isiri kutaura zvatoda tobharura tonyora imwe. It is our constitution. We make our own constitution. We are not deriving our constitution from the Roman Dutch law. We are creating our own. We are a sovereign state. We do zvatinonzwa kuti ndozvinoitira vanhu vedu zvakanaka, kwete kuti isusu takamirira maAmericans or maBritish or any other people. No. So I wanted to make it clear that the War Veterans League, Mao veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. Mao veterans, I want to repeat this. Mao veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. Tisu tiri kutaura izvozvo kuti we will stand with the president. We will stand nemaresolutions evanhu. I hope the president request yakaitwa nevanhu, you will not turn that down, because people spoke, and he said in one of his addresses, the people's voice is the people. The voice of the people is the voice of God. Saka, ndo maniri yakaita zvinhu. Isusu mawo veteran ndo zvatiri kutaura. I hope anyone else who had the question iri kure tochiti pamwe yaanayo yaanoda about this subject ndokupamiro.
Well, here we are. Business. Good morning to you, obvious ministers. Just wondering here what is going on, because we should be on a stream that allows us to be on multiple fronts. Yes, we're good. We're good to go now. We're good to go. Viewers, Mrs. Good morning to you. If you hear the sound of my voice, my name is Simba Chikanza, beaming to you live on this morning. This is the voice of Douglas Mahia, a war veteran who is siding with Emerson Mnangagwa, and he's saying that anyone out there who is a war veteran they will stand with Mnangagwa for the 2030 and for the stripping of the constitution, so that a new one can be scribbled. Do you agree? Munobvuma nazvo here izvozvo ndizvo zvataurwa nava Douglas Mahia. By the way, just yesterday a small group of people who came from Mash West, they were chased out of Harare and told to go and do their press conference in Chinhoyi, and that press conference is meant to fire Blessed Geza, the war veteran. And the idea behind this is to shut these people up, shut them down, and in a demonstration, really, that the real president, the new president of the country, is now Constantino Chiwenga. Mururamba ere, panaramba ere apa. Does anyone deny that Chiwenga is now the new president of the country? And people should just allow him in. You might disagree with him. I don't agree with him. Personally speaking, I've got my own reservations. But my point is, I'm a news reporter. I don't report opinion. I don't report what I like, right? I just report what is happening. And mugomana mugandanga munoramba ere kuti mugandanga kwete mugananga, right? Kuti ndiatora chimuti ende akufanira kungotendekwa kungotora chimuti. Muri kuramba here, pana ari kuramba here apa kuti Chiwenga ndiye mutungamiri wenyika, or it is now a foregone conclusion. People should now just warm up to it. People should just keep quiet. Vongosiya zvoita sei zvongoitika, because zvatoitika kudhara. So Yeah. What do you say about this? What do you say about this, Zimbabweans in the nation around the world? Right, we've just been playing the voice of Douglas Mahia. We're just going to quickly replay it, and then we'll be shutting shortly. Tombochi play a footy for the last time, right? We've had a very, very long space, and it's been a long, early morning chit chat. Okay, here we go.
It must be known that Zanu is at the midst of a war, Nevarungu. And the strategies that are coming up, conference, is to try and defeat the enemy. Because the struggle continues. And the sister Kataura Kare, before Nikaisa Tiapo, kana wakada kutitaurira nyaya yeconstitution seswangu mawo veterans vakanidza kuputika tinokutaurira kuti takataurira hapana mumwe veteran asingazvi kuti kana constitution isiri kutaura zvatoda tobharura tonyora ine. It is our constitution. We make our own constitution. We are not deriving our constitution from the Roman Dutch law. We are creating our own. We are a sovereign state. We do zvatinonzwa kuti ndozvinoitira vanhu vedu zvakanaka. Kwete kuti isusu takamirira ma-Americans or ma-British or any other people. No. So, I wanted to make it clear that the War Veterans League, ma-War Veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. Ma-War Veterans, I want to repeat this. Ma-War Veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. Tisu tiri kutaura izvozvo kuti we will stand with the president. We will stand nema-resolutions evanhu. I hope the president request yakaitwa nevanhu. You will not turn that down. Because people spoke. And he said in one of his addresses, the people's voice is the people of the voice of the people is the voice of God. Saka, no maniri yakaitwa. It's just my own veteran. Those are two tower. I hope anyone else who had the question about this subject, it must be known that ZANU-PF is at the midst of a war, Nevarungu. And the strategies that are coming up, conference, is to try and defeat the enemy. Because the struggle continues. And the sister Kataura Kare, before Nikaisa Tiapo, kana wakada kutitaurira nyaya yeconstitution seswangu mawo veterans vakanidza kuputika tinokutaurira kuti takataurira hapana mumwe veteran asingazvi kuti kana constitution isiri kutaura zvatoda tobharura tonyora ine. It is our constitution. We make our own constitution. We are not deriving our constitution from the Roman Dutch law. We are creating our own. We are a sovereign state. We do zvatinonzwa kuti ndozvinoitira vanhu vedu zvakanaka. Kwete kuti isusu takamirira ma-Americans or ma-British or any other people. No. So, I wanted to make it clear that the War Veterans League, ma-War Veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. Ma-War Veterans, I want to repeat this. Ma-War Veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. Tisu tiri kutaura izvozvo kuti we will stand with the president. We will stand nema-resolutions evanhu. I hope the president request yakaitwa nevanhu. You will not turn that down. Because people spoke. And he said in one of his addresses, the people's voice is the people of the voice of the people is the voice of God. Saka, no maniri yakaitwa. It's just my own veteran. Those are two tower. I hope anyone else who had the question about this subject,
our vision 2030 is for all of us.
Our vision 2030 is for all of us.
Kwete zamunotimbinga
Uhondo taidziti zvikananda. Kuti dzamunotimbinga. Uhondo taidziti zvikananda.
who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth.
Zamunotimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvikananda. dzamunoti mbinga kuhondo taidziti zviganana. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth.
Kuhondo taidziti zviganana. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Potizamo noti minga Kuhono tenziti shikananda Potizamo noti minga Kuhono tenziti shikananda. Those who grow big to me through our God and wealth. Those who grow big to me through our God and wealth. Those who grow big to me through our God and wealth. Those who grow big to me through our God and wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Those who grow big to me through our God and wealth. Those who grow big to me through our God and wealth.
Who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Kuhono tenziti shikananda, potezamo noti mbinga. Kuhono tenziti shikananda. Those who grow big to me through our God and wealth. Those who grow big to me through our God and wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Those who grow big to me through our God and wealth. Those who grow big to me through our God and wealth.
Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Katika munatimina puhundu kai kichiri kananda. Katika munatimina puhundu kai kichiri kananda.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth
Those who grow big tummies
and
through
questionable
ill-gotten
morals.
wealth.
Weteta munoti mbinga Uonota ititi shikananda Weteta munoti mbinga Uonota ititi shikananda Weteta munoti mbinga Uonota ititi shikananda
Who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Both of you must keep the pew ties and traumas that need you guided. Both of you must keep the pew ties and so strength keeps fumbling. Keep the pew ties in, don't let go. Stand beside him, help him fall. So he stays a pastor, let the mission last longer. He must remain a pastor, strong in faith, standing stronger.
Just 3 seconds. Got a microphone and speak. Hold on.
Statement ranga richitaurwa riya nderekunyara munhu zvaakaita. Ndiye munhu akativigira semonster yakataurwa Comrade Geza. Saka anozoshayaka kwekuti Zanako ndizvo zvigananda guys.
Mune shuwa here papa?
Ndine shuwa ari kungodefend.
But munoramba here kuti mahiya mu OG.
Aiwa zviganande.
Aiwa but mahiya asi mu veteran here.
Wakamboona here kuti wewe maningi munoti muveteran zvema60 years.
Aiwa mahiya asi mu OG here, asi mu original here mahiya. Bvumai ipapo. Makutudza kuti asi mu original nhasi. Mahiya anga aripo pesa apapa. Mahiya akafaitira Munangagwa pa 2017 pai vaina vana Chris Mutsvangwa naMatema Danda vachidzingwa muZanu. Iko zvino right now makutiudza iko zvino right now kuti kuchigananda mahiya nhasi.
Ndokwakaenda bheji yacho iyoyo yekuvavetereni hondo dzadakaita munhu dzakawanda akarwa nemusa baba akona
hamusi makuita mucheka dzafa here wekuti imimi nokuda kwokuti mahiya nhasi wazouya iko zvino akusaidi kwaMunangagwa saka hamuchamudi
aidefenda chinhu chaakaita isusu madhezi akabviswa paye takabvisa sevana veZimbabwe tese takamhanya murodi paya handinoziva street dzese idzi pakashayikwa kana pekusvipira mati takapashaya asi nhasi tikabvunza futi sekutaura kwavaita kuti inzwi revanhu inzwi raMwari unoona sekuti vanhu izvezvizvi inzwi revanhu richiri kuti rinovadeva.
ndiri kuona mahiya azochinja statement yake ava kuti aiwa 2030 kwete maiona
ipapo anogona kuchinja yake but apa statement raataura nderekudefenda chinhu chaakaisa.
Aiwa but maiona here yaazotaura iyeko zvino right now akutoposa
statement rake harisi clear because
so it would be kuti yesterday kuti nezuro pamwe anenge akanga atoshandiswa nezuro kuti ataure zvaaitaura maybe yanga iri pressure but this time he has woke up his senses his liberation spirit has come back.
But riumenika mukanatsotarisa chaizvikuita Comrade Geza zveshe kudzinga kwavavaita ndokutanga kwebhora kwete kuti game over. Kana uri politician like inini sikudrevhara
aiwa ipapo ndiri kunzwa ipapo but muri kuramba here kuti at least he's now showing his true colors. It could be because of nyaya yekuwama structures amunangagwa. That's why he has been all this while just opposing the people. So now he has come back to his senses, and we could now see a unified war veteran.
chinonzi leadership handitika ndoda kukuudza kuti kana uri murume uri veteran haufani kuti nhasi wakamira apo mangwana uchinja handiti
but aedza ka but at least adzoka ka
vakakumbira ruregerero vakati zvandakakuitira ipaipa yaka inokumbira ruregerero ndine munhu wakatoshandisa mari dzangu dzemuhomwe nyaya iyi ibudirire handiti isusu taitotarisirwa kuti vamahiya navamutsvangwa vachabudikira vachikumbira ruregerero nyaya iyi vatori nechikwereti kwatipi kuti vakumbire ruregerero zvakaita comrade Geza. Ende chinhu chakakosha chaicho chaitwa parizvi munoziva kuti zviri nane kufa uchifira muna Mwari pane kufira muna Satan.
But why Zaka? At least he has come back to his senses. It's only 24 hours now. He has changed.
Azviona kuti vanhu havasi kuda saka ipapo apo ipaniki yaatoita kunasa kutoona kuti ndinopera ndisati ndatanga. Zvino munhu achida kuramba achipa malithium.
Aiwa maabusi maakuzonda here vanhu vakarwa hondo ka maakungoti vari kuba ngatitaure kazvi
kana vakarwa hondo vakarwa ka but ngavachisiva mukana pakuti voti isusu takarwa tinoita zvatinoda voramba vachingoita zvavanoda ivo vari vatatu nekuti ndo vakarwa isusu tongomira kure takatarisa vakarwira isusu vamwe havana kutodzoka isusu takamiririrwa nevasina kudzoka ivavo kuti taakudya vabereki vedu havana kudzoka isu vamwe vatosakatika vanosikanwa kune makuva avo but ivo vakadzoka manje vaakupersonaliza that thing vasapersonaliza because kune vasina kutodzoka ivavo ndo maveteran chaiyo
yeah, but at least now things are now flowing. At least things could easily flow this week, possibly, right? You agree? And with war veterans, all war veterans coming together, even rejecting money, then that could be a sign. And in what is now clear, that Chiwenga has taken over the country. He's now the president. I mean, you'd be oblivious. You'd just be ignorant not to realize that Munangagwa hasisiri chinu, because and like I even said 2 days ago, that he's now in a worse house arrest than was Robert Mugabe back in those days in 2017.
izvozvo zvinogona kudaro but munoona kuti chii chinonetsa manje ndechekuti maresources aifanira kuti achibatsira kutenga mishonga nezvimwe zvakadaro ndo aakushandiswa kuti tizotenga vanhu
vane chii
madhara ivava mukuona vakazosvikirwa vakaisirwa mamiliyoni imumwe ekuti vanyarare vanonyarara.
You think so? Saka vakangodaro kazvinenge zvatongodhagwa ka then we people just wasting time then.
Wakamboona mudangare muchiberekwa membwezi. Wakambozviona here kana uchinyatsonzwisa uri journalist unonatsozviziva mudangare shona ndiri kutaura kuti mudangare mbada hamufe makabuda nemo.
Right.
Vanhu ivava vachiona kuti matsotsi handitika ukataura kuti tarisai muone difference yamakawana yemavhotsi kuselection vadii kubatana zvamakamboita gore riya tongodhonza tichiendera kumberi havadi kuzvizwa because vanenge vachida kuba because panguva iyeye vaiva natsvangira iyeye havana kunasa kuwana mukana wekupa. Vamwe vaiva serious kugadzira, ivo vaiva serious kuba. Ivana matema dandanana comrade Geza vakanoratidzira kuofisi kwatsvangirai vechipuwa $200 vekiti ishoma. Noziva ivo. Asi vezva kuti tinomira naye, vamwe vakupuwa mari izvizvi. Vakupuwa mazigi asingasvike $30. But vanhu ivavo vacho vanenge vachida kuba. Ndosaka vasingade unity. Paipa yavaida kungoti vabhohwe ava voparadzana vosara vava kuluta vega. But semuno mutotaura no tiri vana veZimbabwe like zvakaitika paSouth Africa izvo. South Africa yakatobatana neTA vabatana neTA vakugadzira zvinhu zvavo kuti zviende kumberi pakanganisa ANC TA inosiura ndongo wakabva kuona zvakaitika magezi apera. Waona manje but munomo manje nenyaya yekugananda vanenge vachiti no isu takahwira hatiuzwi zvekuita nemumwe munhu but munhu iyeye sekuru vake kana kuti mbuya vake vakadamburwa musoro nguva yehondo vechiziva kubikira ivava vazvigananda izvisadza but nhasi havachamucheuki vakumuti hanzi boni free ndizvo here naye Simba. Nasopabate kana ndichitaura zvivikiri ava vanhu ava vari kungotitambisa bhora risina pureshi. Ndosaka uchizwa ndichigara utaura kuti no hatisi pati yezvikuitika ivo ngavarumane havo ivoko but wishi yedu isusu ndeyekutaura ndamukira kubasa ndawana mari yangu handina nidhi yekuzochinja mari yekuti ndakuenda kune kana chagadzira mari isingatengi. Wai toadmita kuti yakundikana todzokera kuUS dollar kana kuenda kurandi towana kuti vanhu vararame kwete kuti vana vavo vazowana mari yekuchinja mari mumastreets. Masupermarket akuvhara vosiya mukoto yevanhu vanotengesera mumavhuranda vanhu vacho vanenge vashaya basa zvinobuda izvo nekuti ndo vanenge vakarwa chete saka inini tamburai nekuti hamuna kurwa.
Right, saka muri kuona skilled labor kuti mabvuma akakuti mahiya ndiwo veteran chiona mira ipapo ndiko kuvharwa kwamunoitwa ikoko kune mascammers. Mazoona kuti ndatochinja converse. I changed the conversation in less than 3 minutes. Right? From you were saying Mahia is not a war veteran. Now you agree that he actually fought in the war, right? So that is how you got scammed. That is how you got scammed by Maxwell Chikumbuto. It's through conversations. That's how you get scammed by people on social media. It's because they talk, and when they take you into conversations, they take you around in circles until you believe. You actually start participating in what they want you to believe. So no matter in that.
Painzi toda kuvhunzisa makriminari akatenderedza ainzi makriminal anga akatenderedza bababona makriminal iwayo ndeapi makriminal anodarika weeknewa aivapo kuna 2015 ndiripi criminal raidarika weeknewa akanasa kurowa mari dzezesapo vakapedza 2 weeks vakavharirwa nachinimbi vavhara mari dzemasolo. Handi unozviona vachitoposta pamastate media izvi zvakunzi ndiye businessman akadai tinomuda right hand man ndokutaura kuti kubva pakutanga paaisungwa pamudhara aitove nani anga asingadi mbavha. Iragurupu manje remataxi akabva azobatana anotobviswa kwamudhara paemataxi akabvisa mudhara.
Right.
Ivana maiyeyo imbavha unowirirana nazvo ere kuti imbavha dzakabvisa dzichida kuti dziwane mukana wokutora.
Inini hangu, I want to be frank, I've never I've never investigated my here at all. I've never seen any penny that he's stolen. Maybe he has. By the way, I'm talking as myself, as Simbachikanza, not as Zimai. So just so that you understand there. So I don't want to accuse my here of something that I've never seen. I could accuse Chris Muchangwa because I know he's got business interests in the country, right? I could accuse the twins, Sean and Emerson Jr. and the like. I can accuse Auxilia and Emerson because I've worked on those people. But my here and again in kuti pamurugumpa mosha apa because I've never seen him stealing anything. Maybe he has stolen, but show me one document or something. It could show me evidence that he actually has stolen.
Interview yake na Oscar talking everything with Oscar uchipisiwa
Anchasa Israel.
apa aitaura nyaya ye 15 billion ndiza konoti vanhu vekumozambique vakaitora.
Okay, yes. Right. And he was actually criticizing it. He was criticizing the theft, but you not that you were saying. Whatever the case, my point is, what you accuse him of doing, you accuse him of stealing something. Ndipe umbo kutima here akaba something so that he can get a papo. Because I think I'm going to accuse Munuka because Nasi, simply because this person is against Chiwenga today, right? And then you just start saying Munu Akaba. Yeah. What if kana kusiri Kuba? What if kana Ingori? What if kana iri Hama? For instance, what if he's just a friend? What if he's actually acting? What if he's just a someone who is counterintelligence for you, doing counterintelligence for you in there, pretending as if he is criticizing Chiwenga, but in actual fact he is the majority of ZANU PF members. So that's what I'm saying there. I mean, you could accuse of people, but ngata accuse facts. I'm serious. And then now you're telling. Hmm?
Our later isusu as vegetarians takamira nenyaya yakadai nhasi akumukawo kuwithdrawa angaona kuti ndobata panopisa.
Aiwa comrade ngekuwithdraw iyo ndini ndanda kuvhara ipaipai musaitaure ndini ndanda kuvhara izvangu ndaida kumbokutestai ipaipai nenyaya yekuti mamuchiti mimi haana kurwa hondo saka ndaida kumbokutestai. It was part of my test, but it's good kuti madyira. It's good to madlira. It's good kuti madlira maona maidlira saka mazuva ndogona basa ka aiwa but mazuva ndogona basa here. Ndakutenderedzai ka mukatochinja nemama kutobhilivha kuti zveshuwa achinja withdraw yasina. We were in the same conversation. We hadn't changed. I haven't even shifted to the next person, right? And you were arguing, you're telling me that Mahia didn't fight in the war. So I had to find a way of testing your confidence in what you were saying. And I discovered that when I just slightly diverted, you actually started believing, you started saying that you do believe that he fought in the war. And so that suggested to me that you were never really convinced in what you were accusing him of. So aiwa ka ngati accuse munhu tine evidence akomana ndiratidzeiwo kapaka kana picture zvayo kana picture
angatobva unoona vhiki handina hangu pandanga pakanyorwa evidence handina but I believe
zvazvebelief chete ka
I believe because izvozvo zvinoitwa nemunhu anenge
achidya chete zvinongoitwa nemunhu anenge achidya chete. Thank you very much. Anyway, skilled Rebara. Thank you very much. It's been great chatting with you. Regai timbonzawo kuna mukoma Dobs kuti vanoti chii. Mukoma Dobs mamuka sei vamahiya vari kupopota nhasi ndine zuro nanhasi vari kuti ivo mawar veterans chaivo vanobheka Mnangagwa. Munoti chiina zvoizvozvo? Kuri kuhi panapa kuti kana uri muwar veteran unofanira kunge uchibvumirana basa iri rekuchinja bumbiro remutemo reZanu PF nerenyika kuti ribatsire vaMnangagwa kuti vagadzire nyika yeZimbabwe, vagadzire maroad, vagadzire majobs, vagadzire mining industry nenyika for gutsa ruzhinji. Muripo here right, ngomadobs vanenge varipo but vanenge vasipo, right? Okay, beautiful. Aiwa, taakukunzwai manje. Yeah, right, yeah. Tinzwewo mafungiro enyu makusenana.
No, haungati muveterani chaiye uchibheka mumwe munhu asiri muveterani. Ndo panenge pane masipoti acho kuti iye Mnangagwa wacho muveterani ere. So ndo panofanira kuona kaliba yacho yevanhu vanodaro kuti tinobheka maveterani chaivo vanofanira kubheka Mnangagwa, but iye Mnangagwa wacho haasi muveterani. Saka they not be begged by really war veterans. Avakufunira kutsvaga vanocreata mawar veterans, because munofanirwa kuunderstanda kuti nhamba yemawar veterans yakaincreasa but ivo vafa because vanga vachida kutsvaga vanhu vekusenzesa papa chitori plani for baba. Kana war veterans act ine plani yavari kuitira, vakaita act vakati taincluda vamwe vanhu kuita mawar veterans, but kuchizouya kuwar veterans association, those people havadi kuti vaelectwe kana pane any position kana kuelecta anybody any position, which means vanongoibasa asi ipapo, so that they can be used when it comes that time yekuti vava kusevenzeswa and manipulated sezvava kuitwa izvo zvine presidential war veterans fund. Isina yasisiri kuziva kuti yakabva kupi kana pabudget, hatina kumbonzwa kuti kune budget yakadaro, but mari iyo yakangomuka from nowhere. Imari yeagenda iyoyo kuti vazame kupusha something. But what people are doing now, I think it's working. Ndosaka vakudzoka pasi manje kuti aiwa tagumira pana 2030 vakubva kunana 2033 vakubvisa maissues avo kuti angaite kureferendum. So that pressure must be on. Inofanirwa kuramba iripo from everybody. The only problem iri kuitika kune vanhu, they are just watching. Hapana vari kuda kuparticipate kuti no 2030 taramba zvoperawo zvakadaro, but vanhu vangomira kuti sezvo zvacho zvaine maovetereri vakuita analysis yai kuti anofanira kuita ndiani, anofanirwa kuita ndiani. Maovetereri acho kana akatemba imimi, vamwe vakatemba majournalist, kana vakakoshana vana blessed mumuhlanga vakanzi vasungwa majournalist kana kuti maassociations emajournalist ese anobva ati zi hapana chaanenge vachitaura. Ivo majournalist hapana chaanenge achitaura, anenge akati zi they want to analyze kuti maiye ari kuti kudini. Wamunongoziva kuti anenge anotoine madoubt, and kana anga ari muovetereri, there's one thing for sure, was not a commander. Anga asiri pastructure yemacommandant emaovetereri. Munhu wakazongodzvedera zvongochechera sezvakaita vana matemadanda kuti vanga vasiri pamastructures emacommanda. So we have to understand them. Uyu anodza what is mutsvango anga asiri anga ari nationalist, anga ariko as a nationalist. Vakuzviti vamwe tati manationalist ava vamwe vanga vari marefugees, they were pure refugees vakangowanda zvavangotisa vangotizawo dzimwe nyaya, vakazongokwanisawo kuclaima kuti taingove kugondo, takangogwara kugondo. Of course marefugees came by aibombwa, so we have to understand them. But panana mahiya ende kumpa doubt yekuti haana kuba. We know mahiya 2017 towards anga achigara kushowo kunze achidhiraivha wakamwe kamota kakangotaro daro Then suddenly by 2000 by 2019 anga kugara kune chipush sabhabu nokanga mazita anotold that family neharare after old vanoti sheko zita racho chinozopera naikuzo kunenge kumberi loko anga akugara but ukatarisa manje difference yacho akutodriva motikari inotyisa akutodriva Ford mukadzi wake atoine benzi saka ukada kuita cost yekuti apa kuma 2017 unoita cost yemba yake yaigara kushehu kunze yakaititi kuma 7000 ukazoda kuisa kwaakazonogara 2019 cost yestand kwete yakanga atovakisa yestand chete inenge yave kuma 90,000. So you have to analyze kuti mari dzacho dzaiva coping chero ukaenda nebasa raishanda kuti rakanga akushanda because angadiployiwa kushekshek building which means he was now earning nekuti akadiployiwa for purpose yekuti anga asingadi kuti quickly natonga Mnangagwa mwana waMnangagwa so akachingomuita tape vanga vachingomubraiba kuti asanyanya kunetsana nefamily iyoyo. So because of that adiployiwa ikoko he becomes so rich. Kana izvozvo ukatarisa ratoita matama paravegara kuti ratoita matama rakutongoata kuti tinongochinja constitution tinongoita sei. So hatingambomubvisi mubhurangeti rembavha. Inexual effect wese munhu akadiployiwa paya pasheshek building hapana ungabvise kuti apo paumbavha chero masiyaiwo vari kuoperata achibva ipo paya ndo vari kutora bribation every day vanokwanisa kuabuse the whole system pasina zvokuitika. So we have to understand them vanhu vari kuti hatingambovaiti hana chakuita kana iye achitobenefita pane izvozvo zvokabiwa ari kuziva mumoto wembavha kauri achitoziva kutoti icho chandiri kudya ichi chakaba who is funding that shake building. Mari yamakadzi iri kutengwa 3 user kadhiresa iri kutengwa 3 user peye ende vakaita audit towards election 2023 vakaona kuti membership yavo yanga isingasviki kana million but then vakatondopa vakatozobvisa vakada kufosekedza kuti machief nemasabhuku kuchiita emastructures acho and so forth vaona kuti vari kungonyeperana kuti tine membership yakati tine membership yakati saka mari iyo yacho kuti uitrace kuti iri kubva kupi if not kuti ndo mari dzamuri kubirwa idzi dzingodzi dzana Rusununguko holdings dzanani mamwe makambani mamwe asingazivi mwari exempted to pay my taxes. Imimi madzimai vari kutengesa pamusika vari kunzi ngabhadhare ari kunzwa namutulinyiwe madifferent method ekuti vabhadhare tax but ivo avo vari makambani ari exempted ndo vari kuchanira mari dzacho kudhisa ipapo panenge pashekshek building idzodzo dzinenge dzabiwa kumaresources enyika imwe motomuregerera kuti hapana nenge hapana umbohuti akaba hapana sheshe but angaprove here kuti property yaanayo kana mari yaari kuena iri kubva kuti angatiprovire here kuti mari dzacho dziri kubva kupi dzeshekshek building idzodzo dzekuti everybody anenge ane 2-3 cars inenge achitopiwa direct ipapo kunzi yawe yadiployi unofanirwa kuwana mabenefits as a cabinet minister wakadiployiwa papati. So all those things tofanirwa kumbozviunderstanda tonzwisisa kuti that system haikwanisi kusustaina nyika kana tikaita system futi yekuprotecta vanhu vakaita sana mahiya kana anybody ari pashekshek building hakuna kwatiri kuenda ende we want to achieve what we want to achieve because tinenge takuzvidzosera sure pamandiseti yedu kuti tokwanisa kuti wekuti hapana munhu chatokwanisa kuprova kuti munhu akapa asi singakwanisi kuprova kuti munhu akawana kupi zvakafana kuti leo kuti ipapa tingataura kuti hakusi kuba here kwaari kuita vachifuleta maprizes naid wake unotoziva kuti vari kushanda vese naid hapana zvatingambowande ari kutotaura ndakachibata kuti 3 ndakachitotaura kuti ichocho idzi ndo chakabata kuti 3 atoziva kuti vari kushanda vese vachikunda robert ndobva tozomupa kuti hatina mbo hatina chatingamuiti hatingadaro bhafa inenge ichitogove bhafa nometa haana kusungwa kana kudaita sei nekuti ari kuprotektwa kuti zvinotomboenda kana kuti zvinoitwa namagaya zviya zvakutengeserai kuti anozari anoindimendi kadi ungotenga kadi wonzokaribata kanda kunamata uchapora kana zvawakabvetwa kutengesewa kuti chibage chaizi chiri anoidhiti chaizi $10 muguru vanhu vozviregedza kuita kuskuba uchiti kuskuba vanhu vari kubvuma isi fraud haisi chii nyika ichingoendera mberi yakadaro hatina kwatikuita kana takadaro kushodorezi kuti tibvise umbavha hwakapusa kudaro hwokuitika hungotariswa nehurumende huchindirira mberi otozongochema zvinyu kuti akaita fojari yekuyunisa zvimwe zvese zvaari kuita izvi kuti mabira kwavakaita vanhu mari yemastendi achinyepera vanhu ndiri kutengesera dzimba ndiri kuita sei you could find out kuti vakanga vabirwa vari kuSouth Africa we manage to recover some and we appreciate kuti makatombora atemptawo mukatomburikira 3 or 4 dzevamwe vanhu muchimuzama kumuconducta but vaisa vakabhadhara kuSouth Africa they get paid because vanhu vacho vakareceiva mari they get arrested ati magaya aona kuti vanhu vake vave yes zvokutotorwa nemapurisa chaite vanga vari maclerks acho vachirisiva mari kuSouth Africa but muZimbabwe atobatwa is untouchable anenge ari protected because anodya nevakuru anoti kana aba odya nevakuru saka nonyaya yekuti haana chaakambosungwa kana kuti akaita sei anambosungwa nekuba akasungirwa ke zvake zveaguma izvi zvaitobuyanga itomusha hombe but vakatoita water down kuti vangoita wakamosha kakungomupa nhingi because some people lost life kana nyaya dzake dzeaguma dzadzia avakuvatama treatment ake vakaita water down vakangochisawo chimwe chistatue chemedical but aifanirwa kutoenda ikoko chaiko chaiko kunana kapobo musaidi kuti atopinda mukati chaiko chaiko because aiurayisa vanhu padera Zimbabwe being Zimbabwe nevamwe vanhu vanongoita mhosva tongodzita water down isusuwo vanhu tozvitendera kuti vana mahiya kana vanga vachigara muimba ye7 akazomunga kuzogara muimba ye1.2 million toti mari yacho haana kuba asi singakwanisi kutoresa kuti akaiwana kupi kana tax office isina kana record yekuti pamari akawana akabhadhara mutero tax yakaita sei munenge musina marekodhi akadaro but mubva mangomutipenda kuti haana kuba hakuna kwatiri kuita nenyika nono munotapa nekutsvaka pamwe munenge muchiziva zviri kuseri kwazvo vekuti akaenda kuhondo kana kuti haana kuenda kuhondo is another story hatingarambi tingopurikidzwa nemunhu nekuti akaenda kuhondo whatever kana kuti nekuti ndo akaenda kuhondo kana kuti chinyi kwaka vana shoni vacho vakaenda kuhondo iri vakakupunyukidzai kana vapana vacho vana sheki vari kukupunyukidzai angariko vapana vari kukuitai amenwa vana pashoni java vana pangana java vari kukupunyukidzai kukuita matanda yedi vanani nemudzemu vapana vacho vari kuita zvokudzungaira vasina kwavakaita kana vana mavetera vari kukuitai kunge ameno kana vana muswere havana jejenifasi muswere pane vachikutaurai manyepo kuti munangagwa anga ari intelligence supremo kuhondo mozvibvuma manyepo akadaro kunzi anga ari intelligence supremo izvo zvinoziva kuti kana position yakadaro kuzanula yanga isiko yanga iri kuzibra ati munoda kuzvibvumiswa izvozvo namunangagwa nevanhu vezanu kana vangotanga kuzvipima nyaya dzavo dzekuba izvozvo zvokuti uyu akari intelligence supremo and so forth you can't then come up and argue kuti no this man haana chakaita akari kujere akaita zvake zvokubhuiwa kuti anospaya adzoka akauya kuruta bidding yekuta yake kuuraya vanhu egukura hundi nelooting dzaingoita up to now ari kungoita zvelooting hapana chaari kuita and ipapo muri kutaura kuti pauda kudevelopa marodhi ari kudevelopa marodhi acho hatimaoni. You cannot name even one road akati hloyiwa yekuti hai ndomaprogram akatangwa naniki. We failed even to link Kazungula border post yakaiswa paplan nedzimwe nyika kuti tilingewo neNamibia. So we are the ones who are going to benefit because that border tinenge create imwe border yanga isipo yekuti titalinga neNamibia direct without passing through Zambia or Botswana. But these people makangozviignowa mungonyeperwa kuti panobiwa mari motaura kuti ndo development iri kuitia. And even that innovation yakaitwa paBaitbridge kuti cost another it's less yacho yakavakwa racho the current Kazungula because mbari pachinfluitwa paprice pachibiwa. Those analysis yekuti kuri kubiwa big ndorokurohwa kana renovation yeRobert Mugabe International Airport kuti build another airport pasati tutauri zvinonyanarwa zvokunzi zii toita narrative yake kutsvaga kuti munhu akarwa hondo here kana kuita sei. Kana akarwa hondo ane vanhu vaimubikira sasa, ane vanhu vaimupa information. Angasiri kurwa ega, airwa nevabereki vacho nevamwe vana vevamwe vanhu vaimubika kuti hondo yacho ifaka. We know how Zanu operated. Saka akada akarwa hondo no. There's no benefit because hapana asina kurwa hondo. The actual fact there was that issue of fish and water. Saka vanofungwa kuti understand because kuti akaziseva because agari muguni yari hove. Inge pasina vanhu vacho vangachi that water yacho inofangwa kuramba iri in that form yekuti hove inofangwa kunge ichisurvive up to now. Not kuti ive poisoned water zvanoda kuita izvo. That one yekuti tinokwanisa kungobvisa constitution because takarwa hondo. We want to still do it for it. Hatizvitenderi zvinhu zvakadaro. Kwandingati nyika ingatendera izvozvo kuti munhu anongobvisa constitution nekuti musoja kana kuti akarwa hondo kana kuti chii. Kwacho kwazviri kuitika iko. Ipiko nyika inozombobudira nekuti zvakaitika izvozvo. Kuti ndabvisa constitution akadaro yekuti pane one person anofanirwa kubenefita saka everybody must suffer. Pameno tomboona but hatingasweri tichidiscasa nezvana mahiya kuti akarwa hondo here kana kuti haisi mbavha here. Iye achitoshandira mbavha, iye achitoshandira organization yembavha because ZANU-PF organization yembavha. Haungaendi kuZANU-PF kana usingagoni kuba because kana kutoti utonetsa kuZANU-PF unenge uchifangwa kutoziva matricks ekuba. Starting kuriga chaiko ma-elections kwacho kunenge uchitora kuba. I don't think handisi kutaura kuriga ma-national election, kuriga ma-primary election ekuZANU-PF. Kana patonzita kunoselekta maovetereds kana kuti vanenge vachida kuzozama kuda kuriga kuita sekwekwe. Ndo panotangira chitsotsi chekuZANU-PF, chimbavha chekuZANU-PF. Ma-primary elections esanoitwa kuZANU-PF anorigwa only. Terms yekuti hapana anenge ane voters roll reZANU-PF charo kuti who is a member or who is not a member. Yekuti chero ndiri panapa ndichitaura kudai so vanhu veZANU-PF vakaganga vanogona kutokuratidza ikadzi rako vanditengera vakanyora zita kukutaura kuti ane kadhi reZANU iro rimwe gore vakambozviita kuti uyu ane kadhi reZANU iro vanditengera vakandinyorera zita hazvimbowanisi vanhu veZANU. Saka ndozvavanozongoita kana vakuenda kumaelection kungogadzira malist yavo zvisingazivikanwi munhu ane kadhi here kana ane chii hazvisi computerized hazvina kana ane marecords acho akati chinyi vanhu vacho vanenge vachichidwa. Saka nongoni position yekutaura kuti ndini nelist yepasero kana padistrict vanowina maelection. Saka hakuna zvinombove straightforward kuZANU-PF kana kuti watinga-exclude chaicho kuZANU-PF kuti haisi mbavha tinomushaya. Chero mukatarisa kune mufana mumwe akaripisa posha sevanda kuCountry Park. Akufamba nemotikari mbiri, ari nemotikari 2. aigara kugarikai chaiko kuti kuweukatsvi park shalani kasi ndau dziri ukatsi park dzisina mvura dzisina chii ndo vakaita region yana chavamwe vakaripresa mufana uyo anonzi posha swat ave nemotikari 3 neplus kuzivagwe mvumo kuti rumazvizivagwe kuconstitution kundokwaya neplus ikoko nemaini ikoko saka kunenge kusiri kubai ukai maini unoita makore mangani kusina kupiwa kana saka zvezveubairi izvozvizvi kana pei aiita kubva pakareplace naposha svana kuti motikari dzacho kuti hatiti takadzitenga dziri 3 dzakadaro hapana pazvinombobuda but green all the way yekuti vanovabhenefita kuti aidza vanongopiwa zvo zvekuba kana kuti ivo pachavo vanenge vachitoba vaine protection. So we need to understand vanhu ava vakanyatsokunaka because vamwe tichitovaziva from the way titogara navo titoziva malifestyle yavo but titongoona kutoti kwatiri kuenda hapana kana tikachengetedza vanhu vakadaro idzarimbomira hangu ndaimboteerera but ndatenda kune mukana wamanje pauzi.
Our vision.
It must be known that Zanu is at the midst of a war, Nevarungu. And the strategies that are coming up, conference, is to try and defeat the enemy. Because the struggle continues. And the sister Kataura Kare, before Nikaisa Tiapo, kana wakada kutitaurira nyaya yeconstitution seswa mawo veterans vakaridza kutika tinokutaurira kuti takataurira hapana mawo veterans asinazivi kuti kana constitution isiri kutaura zvatoda tobvarura tonyora imwe. It is our constitution. We make our own constitution. We are not deriving our constitution from the Roman Dutch law. We are creating our own. We are a sovereign state. We do zvatinonzwa kuti ndozvinoitira vanhu vedu zvakanaka. Kwete kuti isusu takamirira ma-Americans or ma-British or any other people. No. So, I wanted to make it clear that the War Veterans League, ma-War Veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. Ma-War Veterans, I want to repeat this. Ma-War Veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. Tisu tiri kutaura izvozvo kuti we will stand with the president. We will stand nema-resolutions evanhu. I hope the president requests yakaitwa nevanhu. You will not turn that down. Because people spoke. And he said in one of his addresses, the people's voice is the voice of the people is the voice of God. Saka, no money like it's just my own vixen. Those are two tower. I hope anyone else who had the question, Irikure, about this subject, it must be known that Zanu PF is at the midst of a war.
ZANU PF is in the midst of a war with the whites. Iripa Hondo ZANU PF. Where's ZANU PF Muripi? Right. Pane varupu amari nevarungu. Imimi murikuramba 2030 murikuunzwa nevarungu. Right. Those who suggestwa navamahia panapa munoti chi imi. Let's hear from others. I don't know who is next here. I think it's Denford, right? Denford, are you there? Okay, so if Denford is not there, let us hear from Nika, or maybe Nika Hayi Vakwine Vakayi Putsa, I think. Amos Greenleaf. Right, Amos Greenleaf is no longer there. So let's move to maybe Tapua Social. Tapua Social, do you want to take over?
How are you?
Okay, beautiful. Okay. Right, okay. Tapua, do you want to hold so that maybe Timos are from Nika Ivakwene Vakaiputsa? Thank you.
You know, all this drama, I think Wamama was talking about all this drama, yes, and PF, it's how they run the country. Now, when domestic policy fails in Zimbabwe, when the economy fails in Zimbabwe, ZANU PF dismantles the opposition, they dismantle my genuine voices, and then they create their own opposition, their own voices, and then they begin to oppose themselves. And then they create all this drama, which creates expectations amongst Zimbabweans. Something is going to happen, you know. But you know, all these voices will be coming from ZANU PF itself, opposing itself, knowing that they are creating this drama. Nothing much will affect them. Whatever happens, whatever the outcome of this drama, they will still be in power. So I think the sooner we Zimbabweans begin to realize that whatever happens on the ZANU PF side is always going to be drama. However serious we think it is always going to be drama to manage things. This is how they manage domestic policy. This is how they cool tempers in Zimbabwe. Now we are beginning to sympathize with a person who instituted a coup and took over the country militarily. You know, Chiwenga. There are some people who are thinking, you know, when Chiwenga comes in, it will be so much better. He will be so much better. But tell you what, Chiwenga declared that he will not salute anyone who did not fight in the liberation struggle, and did himself mention that Mnangagwa will be there in 2020. It's just that people have short memory. He actually said that Mnangagwa will be there, and if people don't want that, if people continue to oppose that, then they will change the constitution, change the rules. And this is what's happening now. So if you look back into the history of all the drama that happened after the 23 elections, you will see that speech given by Chiwenga, in which he mentioned that they will change the constitution. That Emerson Mnangagwa continues to rule Zimbabwe with an iron fist, with the military as his backing as well. So people don't be short. Don't have a short memory. Don't be short-sighted when you deal with ZANU PF. ZANU PF is creating all these dramas. We actually need to have people of Zimbabwe actually rising against ZANU PF. This is the only thing that will work. Having all veterans blatting what they are blatting now has happened before, and it has not gained us anything. It gave us a military that took over power, and what they are saying now is not different from what they said before, and who they want to rule Zimbabwe now is not different from who they wanted to rule Zimbabwe before. So for me, this is just a circus. It is drama. When it finishes, you will see that the people of Zimbabwe will not have gained anything, and lives for Zimbabweans will not have changed at all. The lives of Zimbabweans will have gone so much deeper into the hole that is going to be very difficult for us to get ourselves out of that hole. So let the war veterans do what they're doing if they want to do it, but let's have our own, ways of dealing with what Zanu PF is doing. What they want to do, which is to give Mnangagwa time, and then you have this drama of Geza being dismissed, Zanu PF, time buying activities. We as Zimbabweans need perhaps to have filled the streets already, but again, knowing who Zimbabweans are, that's probably not going to happen, but that's actual magic that we need. That when all this drama started way back at the end of the 2023 elections, the streets should have been filled up, and all this nonsense wouldn't have happened. When the opposition was being decimated and the Chabangu popped up from nowhere, we should have risen already, and all this nonsense wouldn't have got to where we are. But now what we've done is we have dipped ourselves way too much into the sewage of Zanu PF. And it's going to be very difficult for us to retrieve ourselves from this, sewage. Yes, Simba, you wanted to say something?
No, I just want to say one.
I think someone was interrupting. Yeah.
Oh, it's someone else. Okay. Simba, I'll end for now, and then people can also have a chance to say something.
Okay, listen, I get your position on how what is this? I get what you're saying about the ZANU-PF.
Are you addressing me or Simba?
No, I'm responding to you.
Okay, thank you.
So I get the point that ZANU-PF keeps on changing, and we can see the plot. But let's be honest here. When we tend to look at our opposition side, we are seeing nothing that is being constructed that can oppose this Mnangagwa regime. I would like to, life under Mnangagwa has been difficult, especially for most of us, even worse than Robert Mugabe. But when you tend to look at opposition side, nothing is happening whatsoever. So if they are going to be fighting amongst each other, if they are going to be removing ED, I'm going to beg that Chiwenga or any faction that is fighting against ED, and should another faction come in, up until the people of Zimbabwe, up until such a time the people of Zimbabwe learn to unite and not have this Mickey Mouse opposition. We need to look at what happened in February last year. Guys, people were ready to go into the street. People were disappointed by whatever that was happening in Shabangu. When Pastor Tafumane Messiah died, that should have been the first thing to actually call us to the streets. When people were being recalled out of parliament, when people were being chased, that should have been because these are MPs that we voted for. But what did the opposition leader do? In fact, he was busy visiting the funerals, but he was telling the people to calm down. These MPs were being assassinated, like they were being kidnapped. Nothing yet said. A lot of us were out there campaigning for that party, for Triple C, only for Nelson Chamisa to write a letter and then what is this, the next year to tell us that the party has been infiltrated by Zanu. Imagine what that does to Mane Messiah's legacy, for example. Oh, the young man that was stoned that side, that was stoned while campaigning for Triple C. How does that feel for you that the very same party one's fighting for is the party that is actually going to endorse what is this, Emerson Mnangagwa's ED 2030 plan? But even at that point, even if we don't look at that point alone, there is also another factor that the same, then we ask a question what is Chamisa doing in the first place? Because for me, I would actually ask him and all those BTs to leave politics completely, to just like leave the politics alone, so that other prominent people, they can rise up. Because what is happening is that when they come up showing up these tweets and tweeting this, it's confusing the public. It's confusing the public from actually uprising or rising. We need to reach a point in time where we agree that we have no one that is representing us, so that someone may come up within the masses, or the masses, they can actually do something. Because he's going to come up in 2027 if there's an election. He's going to campaign, and after that he leaves. But for me, I'd rather support whatever that is happening in 2030 of AD Mnangagwa. If it's genuine, I'm going to beg this Geza faction, because Zimbabwe has never had a transitional culture over leadership before. So if it's going to start now, no matter how messy it is, no matter where it's coming, no matter either it's coming from ZANU-PF. I mean, I have a bad history with ZANU-PF since 2008. But if it's going to come out from that side, I don't care. As long as they're going to transform, change each other. They're going to change each other, maybe to my hope is that eventually they'll reach a right candidate, or they're going to dilute each other to a point where they're going to weaken themselves so that we can take over. Guys, I was watching a video on Saturday when people were busy blocking the city official from clamping Winkler Chivayo's car in Harare, and some people even posting pictures. I was so disappointed. You can't tell me that I share citizenship with those people. You can't tell me that. So what I'm trying to say is that there is already weakness on the ground. There is also weakness. There's also confusing opposition leaders on the other side. Then what better option does a Zimbabwean have? I mean, it's not my fault I carry the citizenship. Maybe it is some of it, but I didn't choose it. So I have to lean towards the other side. That's my address to you, Mr. Nika, or something like that.
Right. I see. Okay.
Thank you for that. So you openly, submitting to a regime that it is okay to remain under dictatorship simply because this is what we've been given. And what you are saying about the opposition, we've had strong opposition in Zimbabwe since 1999.
Look, since Changirai left, what has happened? That's what Changirai managed to get us into GME. Listen, Changirai managed to get us into GME. Yes,
but that was a union of submission by the opposition. It didn't work what we thought it would work, because it defied the power of the ZANU-PF.
But listen, what it did, at least to some extent, what it did is that it did put a dent on Zimbabwe. We saw significant change, especially in 2011. Things started looking up positive. In fact, the country was, in 2008, it was even
buying SIM cards, SIM cards for cheap. Was that what you consider as change?
And considering that, Zimbabwe has never been below Mozambique's GDP, even GDP per capita, but in 2008, it was below Mozambique. Considering the significant change that happened by 2011, I feel as if the opposite, and besides, considering what happened to Morgan Tsvangirai, I think the GNU is an achievement that we should acknowledge him for. The guy was beaten, the guy was shown all sorts of threats. He still remains strong. He still marched with the people. He was still there. That's the best that he could do in a very difficult situation. What you are supposed to do is to carry on from there onwards. What I do acknowledge him for failing, though, is to put necessary reforms before 2013 elections. I think he was too busy consumed with the GNU. But again, we need to give them that acknowledgement. The other leaders that came after 2013, or I should say after 2016 onwards, they are nothing but puppies. We see there's a fight between BT, there's this one with Washman Ngobe, then there is Songezo Shabak. Guys, you can't tell me. I think in South Africa, Julius Malema, when he gets like that big of a percentage of the votes, a lot of people were saying negative things about him. But he said that he was going to defend his party, defend, rebuild, and advance. He defended his party, and it was very successful. He was the one that was chucking, was telling that this one must be chucked out, or he was standing with authority to defend something that he built or something that he at least stood for. With the others that are in Zimbabwe, no, it's this, I don't know, it's like slap me and slap me again and slap me 3 times, of which some of us have reached a point where we think that, I think there is what is this, backdoor transactions that are happening here. The only person that I think I would back, if she has the courage, I'd back Ziyambi, for example. If she would stand on her own without these people, I think I would back her, or I would actually acknowledge her, because she does at least say something that is directly against Mnangagwa, not this one that posts some sort of metaphoric ways, but not addressing the ED 2030 thing. And if anyone is associated
Which one? Which one is the other one?
please tell him to leave.
Oh, which?
Ziyambi.
I said
It's much more than this.
better than who?
Sorry? Than what is this? Than the current opposition leader that you guys are. What is this? The current opposition leader that is partyless, that left his own party.
You mean Mahere is better than Chamisa?
Sorry?
You're saying Mahere is better than Chamisa, right?
I didn't.
Sorry? I didn't get.
I think that's what he's saying, because he's talking about a partyless leader. I think that's a phrase he's trying to use for Chamisa.
I see. Okay, I see. Okay, that is really interesting.
Yeah.
That is really interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. But I was going to respond to him and say that
I wanted to. I wanted I wanted to type and tag the account of the person who's just spoken. Who has spoken? Because Twitter is not giving me the option to actually see who has spoken. Who is the one who said who has just made a comment here that Mahere is better than Chamisa?
Yeah, I was trying to see who it is as well, but I can't see because everyone else seems to have muted their speakers, and there's no other speaker other than me who's got an open mic.
So who was speaking just now? Angash Taura and Vanencio here. Was it Vanencio or something? Is it Vanencio who was saying that?
But his mic is closed.
Vanencio, are you there? Open your mic.
Yeah, you got a ghost speaker here, I think. No wonder why
It's Vanencio, Simba. It's Vanencio.
Oh, it's Vanencio. Okay, who was saying that Mahere is better than Chamisa, right?
Vanencio, why does your mic remain closed when you speak?
Is it because someone is instructing you to say something or what? Madzokera unoudza zvekuita taura. Madzokera kunoudza zvekutaura. Tinenge tichida kunzwa kamunhu uchitaura. Tinenge tichida kunzwa kuti muchitaura kazvinhu zvepamwoyo chaizvo chaizvo.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. It's quite interesting that people view Mahere as better than Chamisa. Yeah, I also struggle to see how people see Mahere as an opposition person. I struggle.
It's rhetoric that is created by Zanu PF Simba, because all they are trying to do is to label all your genuine leaders as failed, and then they create someone else who they want you to use as a person to destroy the genuine person all of you are following. So this man Venancio doesn't understand that when you live under a dictatorship, no matter how strong a leader you get, they're always going to try to destroy them, or they will, 90% of the times they will succeed in destroying. So for Zimbabwe, it's probably not a strong leader. We need a strong population, a strong people who will back their opposition. All these years, from Como, Tekere, Margaret,
in Trangirai. These have been very strong, but we've had weak popular leaders. Opposition of the moment it has got all the minions, out to try to mobilize the people. So if we have people will say, well, with you institutions, anyone, none, and it was all the Magayas, all the Chiawas, all the Japraisers, and all these people. Cancel them. Don't make them make money. All the Manchisambas and all these Chibayos, don't tolerate for them when they walk on the streets. Cancel them completely. That's what we need. Because Zanu PF uses cancel culture as well. They've been trying to cancel Winky D. They've cancelled Nelson Chamisa. They've cancelled a lot of the opposition people. Let's use that strength. Those are the small things that we need to start with. Once we learn those things, then we'll do bigger things. We'll unite as Zimbabweans and do bigger things. But at the moment, we think it's the opposition that needs to do it. Opposition has done its part. It has been decimated because it doesn't have the backbone which it needs, which are the people. If we see things happening to our leaders, let's do something as a population. If we see Zanu PF messing up, let's do it as a people, because our leaders, once they are eliminated one by one, like what has happened to all these people you have known, Douglas Munzora, Job Sikala, Nelson Chamisa, they've all had their heads bumped together and all this, and now we have an array of confusion. Simply because we do nothing. We think the leaders can do themselves. I think this is a horrible Zimbabwean culture where we expect the leaders to do it. The leaders can't do it. They need a following. This is why when they need to be voted into power, they will need your vote. When it's in, they will call you to go on a demo and so on. All those things need numbers. If you look at other countries, this is what happens. If anything happens in Paris, for example, if leaders mess up, the streets of Paris will burn. If any of you remember what happened in Athens in Greece a few years ago, I don't know whether it was, I can't remember if it was 10 years ago or something. I think the leaders had messed up the economy and had done massive borrowing and massive corruption. Streets of Athens burned for nearly 2 weeks. And since then, leaders haven't misbehaved, simply because that is what you call the power of the people. When we actually need change in Zimbabwe, we will remember these words. I want you to write it down and say, Nyeka said, when we want change, we as the people will need to lift our opposition, let it lead us, and we as well are doing something big to make sure that our opposition is strong. Opposition is weak when people are weak. So do not blame the opposition. The opposition has done all it can. We have had all the cleverest people we can ever have in this world. We have had the most courageous people we can ever have in this world. People will sacrifice their lives, they have sacrificed their families, and yet someone comes up here and says, opposition is weak, blah, 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 blah. And you are sitting in the comfort of your home, you're doing absolutely nothing. These leaders are harassed every day on the streets, and anywhere where they go, they are, tortured left, right, and center. You've seen this happen to our opposition leaders all these years. And Zimbabweans did nothing. What we were doing was just watching and going, Zanu. That's the Zimbabwean reaction to Zanu's PF's, horribleness. It's not enough just to watch and comment like that. It's us who are needed to make sure that the opposition actually champions change. Opposition means those leaders, they contribute 20% to how much change will happen in Zimbabwe. But us as the Zimbabweans, we will contribute 80%. So having an opposition is like having a teacher at school. A teacher's contribution to your passing is only 20%. 80% is yours. If you don't do anything when you are in school, if you muck around, you misbehave, and you are doing all kinds of things at school, that catches up with you. Your results will reflect. And this is what it is like with politics. And we as a don't see ourselves as part of that essential core, which we actually say that we vote not enough is all part. It's only a small part of the change that you need. You need to follow up on that. That you just mark up and do horrible things to the results, like what happened, that year when we spent 30 days before the results were announced. That was a taste of how Zimbabweans would react to a disaster like that. We did nothing. And our leaders were being eliminated one by one, arrested one by one. And we as Zimbabweans did nothing. And then we come up here and we say, Ninga is better than Ningi. It's Zanu-PF rhetoric. Our leaders are very strong, but they can't be strong enough to make change if we Zimbabweans are weak. Because remember, we are making 80% of what's needed for change to happen miss from that essential matrix of change. That's my response to you, what was his name, Venancio Mondlane. You are part of what's needed to change. We can have any of the cleverest opposition people you can ever see. As long as we are in a dictatorship, you actually need people for that change to happen. I think you have seen it happen elsewhere. If in Mozambique, even if it says it hasn't brought the change that is needed, you have seen the history of Mozambique from 1976 when they had the insurrection by what was that party, Renamo? The insurrection by Renamo. That was how Frelimo was greeted after independence. This is how it was greeted by its people. That if you mess up, this is what's going to happen. Although it was a suicide war in many ways, but these Mozambicans tasted how to oppose their leadership in very many ways. And we as Zimbabweans haven't done that much. Thank you, Zimbabwe.
Well, thank you very much. I'm also interested in the comment that was made. Thank you, Hulu, for coming to help with co-hosting. I really appreciate. I just want to say I'm interested in that comment that Venancio said that Mahere is a better opposition leader than this one who resigned, who stepped away. I would like to hear you more there, and I'm telling you as someone who is officially on paper, okay, official on paper, part and parcel of the Petina Gapa Mahere versus Petina Gapa court case, and a lot of people didn't know this. I am there as a witness officially on that case. And I have problems of credibility with Mahere that are documented in that she's not honest about her background. And I will state here, she is not truthful about how she was sponsored by Zanu PF. Something that a lot of people have benefited from. And that has not in any way taken away their credibility in the community. Morgan Changirai himself was a commissar of ZANU PF, but that did not stop him from participating in the political discourse. He never even denied that he was at one time a political commissar, even when he became Secretary General of the ZCTU It was a seconding, a catapulting from ZANU-PF, and never denied that. And that made Morgan Changirai to be a genuine opposition leader who was truthful about who he is. Another example is Nigel Chanakira, sponsored into university, entered University of Zimbabwe through ZANU-PF. He speaks about it openly. He has never said anything else. He has never come out and said, I went into ZANU-PF, into university on my own, of my own credit because I passed. But that has never made Nigel Chanakira any less a citizen in the community, any less a credible businessman in industry. It's actually made him a credible person who is truthful about who he is. Another person, I'll give you an example quickly. Number 3, Strive Masiwa is someone who was sponsored by ZANU-PF. He has never denied that he was assisted by ZANU-PF. Not just one ZANU-PF person, ZANU-PF institutions, including Philip Chiangwa giving him money when he was broke and his license had been taken. Openly and publicly admitted that ZANU-PF helped him to become the billionaire that he is today. Has that made Strive Masiwa any less a contributor to industry, to business, to civil activism? Never. But you have Mahere here using the courts of Zimbabwe to try and delete a record that she entered University of Zimbabwe when she had 13 points for a law degree that required 15 points. Clearly through ZANU-PF. It's not even, as Utombo hapana chinomboshi, but she used the courts to force Petina Gapa into apologizing for something that is so clear. Everyone knows. A lot of people have benefited. I've given example of 3 people here, 3 prominent people who include Morgan Changirai, Strive Masiwa, and Nigel Chanakira, who have benefited, and they've never denied that they benefited from ZANU-PF. But you have a young lady who is a lawyer here, and by the way, lawyers are bound by codes of ethics, also on truthfulness, who uses the courts of Zimbabwe to force someone who assisted her with her assignment. By the way, the documents are there, the emails are there, very clear. Everything that Petina Gapa is accused of defaming Fadzai Mahere, except the one that happened in their home where Petina briefly housed him in the UK. Every other thing is true. And yet she used the courts. And when people read even Petina Gapa's so-called apology, it's not an apology. It is just a wash away. It's so clear. And then someone tells me such an individual can credibly lead the community when they're not truthful. Come on. Come on, folks. Let's really let's look at things here. Let's look at our community. I don't know who's putting a clap there. Is it possible to put claps as sounds? I didn't know. Right. I'm learning about Twitter. Thank you. Yeah. So these are things. Yeah, these are things that a lot of people don't know. When I speak about Mahere, and this is my emotions, ndikutaura zvine documents. Ndinoti ndanga ndiripo. Nditoripo not as a reporter, nditori as a witness to factual things that exist, Folks, we need leaders that are truthful. If anyone wants to lead people, handiteka, we all taura chokwadi. If you criticize Mnangagwa, handiteka, uga criticize ningi, Eva a person of credibility, Eva someone who is better than Mnangagwa. Be a better person. Sorry, I've talked too much there, but I really wanted to just drop something. Maybe I need to record the particular session where I said this, and maybe broadcast it later on so people can actually see Chokwadi Chiripo about Fadzai Mahere, how she was assisted by certain characters inside the courts. I don't want to describe the type of courts here, for purposes of this discussion, but you can clearly see there's someone used our courts to falsify their record when it's not even necessary. Because a lot of people who are credible right now, a lot of people who, excuse me, I won't say who are credible, but who've demonstrated that they are credible, at least at heart, at intention, right? Nigel Chanakira, Strive Masiwa, Morgan Changirai, to mention here, who were sponsored by Zanu PF. But uyu akada kufudza record yoyo, hadi kuti muzive background yake. Akomana. Nyangwe nesu ilisu inini simba chikanza inini ndainda inini. I'm telling you, at one time, of course I never was a card carrying member, but we used to go kuma functions after independence, tichinodya kumabiko and all sorts. Taisangana. Joyce Mujuru is my sister. Taitosangana zvese, and the thing is, I can't delete that record because I want people. I shouldn't do that if I want to be truthful, because I want people to accept me or to read my news. you know, Chandrukuda kuvanza chiko. Why should I hide? Why should I hide? I've intermingled with ZANU PF people many times. Yeah, I intermingled with Utaunashe a lot, numerous times. Mnangagwa's prophet, and until I discovered that he's fake. All this time, I used to meet him. I met his father in Zimbabwe. I was with Ezekiel Guti, another Mnangagwa prophet, from my teenage. So you can't say that I wasn't ZANU PF one way or the other. I was here and there. They don't believe. I believed in Utaunashe's programs that he launched with Neves Mumba in 1996, where they're talking about Pan-Africanism. That is who I am. So I can't. I won't delete that record so that people can accept me. Come on. Anyway, Hulu, take over.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us in my space. And if you want to make a contribution, please do so. Come and request, and then we'll be giving you a chance to speak. So it is an opportunity to hear from all of you now. And we're moving to Danford, homeboy. How are you, Danford? And every time that picture confuses people because they feel like you are a woman, but then they need to know that is your wife. How are you, homeboy?
Danford, that's just 80s.
Thank you very much, Zulu, and thanks so much, Simba, for the space that you have given. Well, the picture still remains. Simba, I'm not going to be commenting on what you've spoken so widely about Fadzai Mahere and the list of people that you spoke about who were at a moment as an event, they came out openly to say, no, we are now shifting to change. But quickly going to your topic, Simba, ndoda kufara chazvo ndichitaura nyaya dzekuti at this juncture Zimbabwe has got to make a decision, in particular citizens. Simba, I want to come to you and say you have done so much of extensive research. You have done extensively in as far as investigative journalism. Vazhinji vedu vanokuzivira panyaya the gold mafia. Vazhinji vedu vanokuzivira panyaya an interview that you did with the first lady
Mai Mnangagwa vasingazivi kuti uri a journalist, and you exposed a number of things to do with the corruption in the first family. A quick question to you, if you are comfortable, kuti ndikuengage Simba, especially on what is happening in Zimbabwe. Are you comfortable?
Yes, sure, go ahead, please.
Okay, so thank you very much. There's been a widely spoken debate in as far as our veterans, especially Nyaya Blessed Geza and Vanama here. And then people are now split between those who say, do we really take Blessed Geza seriously, especially in issues to do with what Mnangagwa wants to do, Mnangagwa and his faction wants to do, and also for people who are arguing to say, is it a factional battle between Zanu PF people, or it's somebody who wants to actually see Mnangagwa and the whole system being taken away from? I wanted to find out from you, Simba, to say, when you see Blessed Geza coming to the people of Zimbabwe and say, I'm so sorry about what happened in 2017. And also when you see him coming to say, I'm coming to you not only as a war veteran, but also representing the majority of Zimbabweans, both from within Zimbabwe and in the diaspora. I actually have a mandate from the people. Do you see sincerity in him? Can I find out from you, Simba?
Yeah, that's an interesting question there, and you know what, and it calls for me to pass an opinion, and hey, and you know my profession bars me from opinions, because yeah, opinion requires a lot of data. If I'm going to make an opinion, like I have to have so much on a person, I pass opinions on people like Fadzai Mahere, like Hopo Chimono, even like Chamisa, even like Munangagwa, because I have a lot of data, so that I can even pull. Saka ndenda katovhura, so kuti nditokuvhura document ona icho. I want to be frank. I've got very little data about Blessed Geza, very little, and that is my limitation for me to pass an opinion. What I can, however, tell you is that there is a group of war veterans who are genuine, who I've been interacting for a while, okay? And these are elderly war veterans. I've spoken with them. Some of them I've on video. I've got my interviews. Some of them have asked me, don't reveal this interview, please. Some of the things that I spoke in there, please keep them, because for now, I will be in danger. And what I've discovered is that Blessed Geza is part of that group. 2 years ago, these war veterans came to me, and I think I need to make a very strong statement to the people, so you know. The group that you see in that presser with Blessed Geza, they came to me 2 years ago seeking audience to communicate their messages. When they did, I have to let people know they were not looking to do what they're now doing right now. It was not a ZANU-PF agenda. They came to me before the 2023 elections. They demonstrated to me that they were genuinely wanting to change the country. Even if ZANU-PF goes away. I've got the recordings. I can share the link of one of the recordings here, and you can see one of these war veterans. I think I should do that. And you can see face yake, one of these war veterans, who you see on that. His name is Bernard Manyaza, one of them. Yeah, these are people, and I have to make this so that Manuel opposition Muzive. And uh, as I said before, you asked for opinion. I shouldn't give you opinion. I should give you facts. So the fact is, the gentleman that you see there with Blessed Geza in that presser came to me 2 years ago. Came to Zimai 2 years ago. They wanted to change the country, even if Zanu PF goes. What they just wanted, and they told me clearly, we feel we failed. Look at our age now, Patashika. What? And you know what? They even told me that they understood how Tendai Biti betrayed the masses when he did not turn up for his own legal battle against Emerson Mnangagwa in Zambia, Lusaka, where Comfort Dondo, myself, and a few others attended his own lawyer in Lusaka as this group of activists were seeking to help Tendai Biti finish Mnangagwa through that litigation that relates to war crimes that Tendai Biti had already won against Mnangagwa, but it needed a higher level of a verdict that would potentially disqualify Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa from participating in the 2023 elections. So they told me, one of them told me that, look, we've seen that, how Tendai Biti failed on this one here. He failed to stop this breakdown of law and order, breakdown of the rule of law by not turning up for his own legal battle in Lusaka. I had extensive periods, hours on end, speaking with these. Unfortunately, and I could not publish those conversations for ethical reasons, because when someone tells me I don't want, please, I said what I said, but please don't release it. So I'm making a full disclosure here, which maybe I need to go on video on. And maybe Hulu folks remind me, this will end up a video. Ndokuratidzaima V11 acho. Vanoko position muzive that these war veterans, if they're the same war veterans that came to me in 2023 before the elections, they have demonstrated that they have the country at heart. They do not have ZANU PF at heart. They have the country at heart. They did not even care, even if Chamisa gets into power. And they even understand that Tendai Biti sabotaged the drive to stop Mnangagwa contesting in the 2023 elections. Their agenda was to stop the breakdown of rule of law. I've got the V11s. I'm looking for the because I posted it here, one of the videos. Let me look for it. Hold on. So that I can show you, so that people, Manu Muzive. Thank you very much for raising this, Denford. I hadn't realized that this is so important. This question that you're asking me, Blessed Geza, that you see there is one of those war veterans. Of course, he wasn't in the phone calls, in the video calls that I was having, right? But I can tell you one of them. Hold on here. I'm going to post it here.
So a quick one before I drop, and I know there are other people who would want to speak.
Yes.
And as much as Simba, you have actually said some of the things that maybe a lot of other people might not have known about him, and it's important that we need to have an introspection of all these people who are coming to us right now. Of course, it is a very convenient time either for them and for Zimbabweans, but it's very important that, especially I'm asking you as a journalist and other journalists that can come to say, even an ordinary citizen, it's very important that, especially considering that what is happening now, we have got history, and normally
Can you see the link? Can you see the link I've put there? 19 June. My own. Can you see the face? Can you see that gentleman?
Yes, we are able to see that on the Jumbotron. It has been put up there for the audience to be able to follow through on that. Thank you very much, Nimai Danford.
Okay, so let me quickly finish and say, I think it's very important that the Zimbabweans have got to understand where we are coming from, where we are, and where we are going. In particular, as we are having this discourse, as we are having this discussion about the possible extension of the tenure of the president, the people that are now at the forefront of actually advocating for not having an extension of his tenure, we are afraid that something may go wrong. And what can we do? This is an opportunity for us to say, when we've got an audience of such people as the Gezas and his colleagues, when we ask questions, when we probe them, when we are a bit radical to them, it's not because we don't want what they are doing, but we want to have straightforward people who can take us from where we are and where we might to a better place. So that's what I just wanted to say. I'm saying this especially to you journalists, that you need to play your card right, and then these people are going to be quizzed so much. Thank you very much, Rulen.
Thank you very much. I will try to, what I would do is I'll try to invite them to come on a public forum. But what I can tell you is, if Chiwenga and the incoming leadership use this group as decision makers, as the new leaders of ZANU PF policy, this very same group that have demonstrated genuine commitment to the country, if they use this group, in any personally speaking, of course, I can't put my faith in them. But if it's the same commitment that I saw in 2023, as you can see there, that's June 2023, folks, the country will change. If it's the same group, if it is other people, then it's Django Dakwa. We will have a rise of new weakness, right? It's our turn to eat. To be our, it's now our turn to eat the cake, the national cake. And I'm also hoping that what will happen here, they will introduce a new kind of leadership. The incoming leadership should not earn salaries. Zema salary ayewa. Zvekuti vanhu munhu anopiwa anoiswa pasalary ayewa kwete. Inini personally, I'm against that. If they're going to be that type of persons, I am confident, folks. Personally, I am confident that we are bound to see a total change in in how things and how this country is run. These are exciting times. They're quite defining times. And of course, it's up to the Chiwenga group to demonstrate that they are different. Kwete kungopinda ka vachizongo vapinda kudaro vakutanga kudya futi. Vakangodaro chete ka. Honestly, folks, and those who are in ZANU PF, taurai now vanachiwenga ngavati ngava incorporate young brains like vana hulu, like, and they're like, are you with me? Who come in there and they become decision makers. Ngavaunze izvo zvokuti madhara makuru ndimoda kuita executive executive imimi change chete kubvisa munangagwa kana mabvisa munangagwa panapaka chisaiva vechidiki avava ende vechidiki vari kupinda hapana one anofanira kudya salary kana allowance. Kana munhu usina basa rinokupa salary kana allowance haufaniri kuqualifya kuita minister. Pane vanoti amen here. Ndakuda semuparidzi. Kana munhu yes, kana munhu usina basa ka rinokupa salary, yes, unofanira kunge uine income yako. Vakangodaro vounza vechidiki avava, vounza kana vafana vekukozwa vaya handitika, but kwete vafana vekukozwa vanenge vachiti tiri kungopinda taakuda kujigawa. enda unorima uko, kana usina salary enda unorima ukoko, wodzoka kunoko tozokupa position kana wane a stable monthly income. Taka vakangodaro so opposition ichapera iyi, there won't be any need for Chamisa. If these people, if this new crop anditika can demonstrate a revolutionary spirit isina zvigananga izvizvi handitika vakangodaro vakangoita wipe out this whole thing, and they introduced a new style of leadership like what we see right now in China. I'm not a favorite of Zanu PF. I'm not a favorite of communism. But do you know what? I do know good communism, shanda. Yashanda ku China. You can't deny it. Yashanda ku China. Nebu Russia, yashanda. I might not like those leaders, but you can't deny. Kuti system chachona anditika pane kwachinoshanda ende chashanda ende neku Britain futi irimo socialism mu Britain. It's just that yakazongo mixwa a bit of capitalism, right? Inoshanda. Right. Sorry, in the Taurisa, Denford, but that was my answer to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Zimai. For those that are joining us again, remember this is a Zimai space, and you can follow Zimai on your social media channels as we are going to be moving with the speakers so they can be able to speak to the people. We hear what they have to say. So very interesting times, a revolution unfolding in our country, Zimbabwe, and we are witnesses to that. Senor, your hand has been hanging up there for a bit. And I think it is an opportunity now for you to speak to the people. And we are going to go to welcome also to Clive Todd, who has just joined us. Vanessa is still there, and Lisa is there with the claps. Okay, and Tapiwa as well. Tapiwa is actually my other homeboy as well, by the way, together at Danford. So, Brother Signoro, welcome to the space. How are you doing? Please go ahead. Brother Signoro, can you unmute yourself and speak?
Senora is not here. Okay, let's try the lady. We've got Lisa. I think we've got a lady here. Lisa Nkomo.
Is Lisa speaking or she's just clapping? I'm not very sure. Lisa, are you speaking or are you just clapping hands?
Clapping sounds, and you can be able to do that also. Thanks so much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Maybe try to get closer to your microphone so that we can hear your voice, Lisa.
Favors of those with power, and I know the Zimbabwe citizens are trying to stand their grounds, and I totally agree with Zaimai. We should talk with facts and not just on intuitions or conspiracy theories. Actually, I'm not from Zimbabwe, but based on what Zaimai said, and his correct. You're right, Denford.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa, for that. Let's check up with Clive Todd. Clive Todd, welcome to the space. Zimbabwean lives do matter. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, guys. Can you confirm if you can hear me loud and clear?
Correct. Go ahead.
Awesome. So, I do really do agree with what Simba was saying. So I think so. From my own analysis, I don't know all of the guys who were in that video by Blessed Geza. I just know Comrade Geza. Partially, I know pretty much his kids. They're two here in the US. So I've gotten to, I think, get a closer, look at a lot of factors that could be influencing whatever, that inspired him to go public like that. I don't think. So if you go to the first video that went viral, I think that was last week. There's a point that he makes. It's also made by one of the guys that were in that video, where he says the revolution pretty much died when Chiteko died. I'm not going into like semantics, but I feel like I had a partial understanding of what he was trying to portray, in the sense that during the liberation struggle, there are people who went into the war not because they wanted to be rewarded big, but they wanted to just have that freedom. So a lot of business people, business owners sacrificed their businesses, thinking that after the war, they would at least have a free environment to operate with, and just a little subsidy here and there so that they could get their ball rolling again. But unfortunately, that did not happen. And I feel like that's exactly the corner they were approaching this whole issue from. So now, if we try to then dissect their message and what they're trying to achieve in this whole struggle, you see that most of them are old. Most of them have their families. They are now like in their retirement phase, and they are not really as corrupted by power as the people who are currently in power right now, because power corrupts, and these people have been in power for long. So the level at which they could be corrupted right now is not easy to deal with. So now, from the perspective of the common citizen from Zimbabwe, I think that we pretty much share the same sentiment about this whole struggle. The whole idea is not about just having the people in ZANU-PF right now who are in power to be kicked out so that the new batch of ZANU-PF leaders can get in. The idea is to have a total revolution, a total change, a total flashing of the system that's currently reigning, and then we can have a reset button, fully punched, so that everything can go back to reset and we start establishing a new establishment. So I don't think anyone there is seeing themselves in a position of influence or in a position of power. I think all they just want is to make sure that Zimbabweans have the basic income. Zimbabweans have the basic goods. Zimbabweans have electricity. They have water, and they have at least an income that can purchase whatever it is that they need. Some of them, like I said, Blessed Geza has kids that are in the diaspora. He really would want, at some point to have his kids being comfortable to be in Zimbabwe with him. But it's something that, they've been here. They don't know what it is to wake up and try to, run a hot shower and there's no water coming, and there's no electricity, and there's no internet, there's no nothing. They don't know that. They know that internet is a basic commodity over here and everyone should have it. So is water, so is electricity. So these are the things that, push them to try and be like, hey, Zimbabweans, you go to airport right now, look at the common person over there, look at how they're living, look at what their plan is when they wake up every day to no job, to know nothing coming out of the tap. That is, if there's a tap in that house at all, no electricity, nothing. They just wake up, sit, buy drugs, one who got up a bridge the whole day. All they do is discuss their dreams, which a lot of them have when you discuss dreams that you have very little hope of achieving ever, it's really disheartening. So that's what I think is supposed to push all Zimbabweans to start seeing the picture that those guys were sharing. They don't want to be in power. They just want a better Zimbabwe. This is what they went to fight for. Unfortunately, they are not part of the league, because I think if you heard here talking about, Geza is not even in the Central Committee, we're about to fire him. I don't think he cares whether he is part of, ZANU-PF or is part of the World Veteran Association. He identifies as a war veteran because he went to fight for the country and for the freedom. That's what his identity is, not some ZANU-PF badge or some position in Mutoko or wherever, right? So this is the motivation that we need, that we all need to grasp on it when we are pushing this agenda ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Clive, Todd. And there's no doubt that there is an unfolding revolution in Zimbabwe taking place right now, and everybody is just waiting to see what will the president do when he makes his first speech after all the events of these days. Many people are also waiting to see what the vice president would say when he also makes his speech. But the vice president already thrown the gauntlet. That is the National Heroes Eka. We have heard what the vice president has said. In his own words, he said, "Let us respect each other." He also said that we didn't go to war so that just a few people can benefit from independence. He mentioned as well that the culture of Mbingas is supposed to end. He went further to say that it is important to fight corruption. So this is something that the Vice President has been emphasizing. However, we know also at the inauguration of the current president, Idi Mnangagwa, in 2018 at the National Sports Stadium, he also said some words to the effect of we shall see a new unfolding democracy. And he also mentioned that corruption is going to be fought against. However, many people agree now that during the time of President Mugabe, perhaps even the criminals were stealing at night, afraid of getting arrested. Today, they steal in front of the president. And that is what people say when you ask them. Now the criminals steal in front of the president. So, welcome to the space for everybody. And it is important for us to have this developing story. I mean, who is the real war veteran? Is it the one that stands with with the 2030 agenda, or it is the one that stands with Comrade Geza? Those are the issues that we need to be deliberating on. So if you want to make a contribution, this is in my space. Please come up and we can be able to hear your thoughts and what you think. So let me just go to Tapiwa. We called on Brother Senior earlier and he could not manage to respond. Venancio is still there. We are going to come to you shortly. Let me just go to Tapiwa and hear what he has to say. Tapiwa, are you able to speak now? Is your network okay?
Yes, it is okay, yes.
So we have got perhaps now two centers of power and the war veterans are split. And which side do you think the war veterans must go with? Go ahead.
I don't think that there is any... I think that's a media construct. In reality, there is no such thing. But all organizations, there's been conflict in all organizations, whether it's a private company or a political party. There's been disagreements on how you do things, the procedures, the processes. And then some careless, somebody in the office can be careless with their mouth about something. They get too excited, or maybe they smoked a bit of weed. They say something in public arena that actually is quite disturbing. So no, you can't say that. Come on, we agree that this is what we say in public. And you go on to say that. Like this guy from Midlands is very, very disappointing. This Muda guy is the one who's pushing this thing. It's dangerous. You have 4 years, right, to actually work on that, work on transfer of power, to work on succession plan. And succession plans are not supposed to be open to discussion, open to the ears of the opposition. Now they know exactly that you're struggling with succession plan. So this whole thing about the war veterans now saying you're not supposed to do that or retire now, it's so dangerous for a democracy, because you are opening institutions that did absolutely nothing wrong. It's just a careless politician who is drunk on power, making careless statements that are going to have repercussions in institutions that were stable, that were stabilizing, that were, it's just disappointment. But what I can say is this. When you say there is division, that is for JOC to deal with. We don't have to worry about that. The joint, we know that Murenga, they don't mess about when it comes. These people, I'm sure privately, they're being justified to say, don't ever do that again. But the JOC don't know exactly who is coming next. Whether I'm not going to speculate, because I mean, professionally, if you work in construction like surveying, you have a minimum of 20% that you can use as assumption to make a decision. You're not allowed to go beyond 20%. Say, no, I'm going to build this flat based on 50% assumption that this is safe, or this is going to work. No, you have to have certainty for you to actually make sure that everybody is going to be safe in that building. So I hate assumptions. That's why I hate to actually make blanket statements like, which faction? No, there is no faction. without facts. Because the thing we don't realize is that politicians are supposed to lie. They are trained liars, they're professional liars. Why I say that? Their job is to lie. There is no politician who's going to succeed by telling the truth. That's the only politician who told the truth is a dead politician. If you see a politician successful who's been like in politics for 40 years, they have been living on lies. They've been living on deceiving people. Because they know that 5 years, for example, you got 5 years or 4 years, whatever term it is. And then you have that time to do whatever you want. And then, of course, with continuity of governance, you're going to hand over all the bullshit you've done to the next person, and they have to deal with that. And of course, they're going to say, but this guy was doing that. He is not allowed to actually say this guy has been stealing this and that because of continuity of governance rules. So what's going to happen? He's just going to say, what can I do? I steal as well. So now, to conclude, my issue is this. If you are aware that the job of a politician is to lie, why should you waste your life getting angry when you know that these are lies? You know very well. You go to America, you go to the UK, everybody's been lying. Look at Tony Blair, look at George Bush. They've just been Obama. Everybody, even Putin, liars and liars and liars. And especially on a case that believes that being told a lie that basically makes her happy is okay. It's not okay. But you have to be focusing on, like, we come from Chirez, right? With Danford. What can we do in Chirez? We create our own politics by actually developing our areas, creating opportunities for ourselves, for our friends, for our families, and then the politics come in to deal with what we have created. It's not the other way around. You say politics is going to create anything because it's a bunch of liars. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Tapiwa. Brother Senior, welcome back to the space. Earlier, you could not manage to speak. And for those who are just joining us, of course, we are talking about this 2030. What it has just done now is it has split the war veterans to pick a side between those who say 2030, and in this instance, it is now looking more like those who say 2030 are with President Idi Mnangagwa, and the others are now, it looks more like they are with now General Chiwenga. So creating two centers of power within Zanu PF, where the president's speech and the vice president's speech will be interpreted differently by different audiences. And imagine if tomorrow the vice president is just going to stand up and say, I agree with Comrade Geza, then that will be the end of the Second Republic, so to speak. What about if the president comes up tomorrow and say, I disagree with Comrade Geza, and he must be fired from ZANU PF. Others will also suggest that that might also be the end of another era. So we are seeing a developing revolution taking place in Zimbabwe as we saw it in 2017. So it has begun. 2025, it has begun. I was talking to somebody, and they said, remember that prophet from Bulawayo. He talked about 2025 is the end of President Idi Mnangagwa's tenure, and it looks like it is happening that way. What is the name of that prophet again? I don't believe in those prophets, but I'm just saying, apparently some people spoke about him saying it, that it is the end of the 7 days and President Idi Mnangagwa will face his greatest challenge in 2025. It has just started. We are early in January, and things are already hotting up. We are going to be bringing up some other speakers so we can hear from a diverse view of Zimbabweans. What do you think about the developing story, the split in the war veterans? Do you think Comrade Geza needs the Central Committee? Do you think that he needs the War Veterans Association? Do you think he needs to be a ZANU PF when he speaks? What is the power of the words? Brother Senior, welcome to the space. How are you? Are you able to speak now? Brother Senior, are you able to speak now? Your hand is up, and we called you earlier, you couldn't speak. Now we are trying to see if you can speak. Can you? Brother Senior? Right, Brother Signoro, if you can hear us, you please fix your connection. Perhaps go to the listeners and we'll be able to bring you up again as a speaker because it doesn't look like it is easy to hear from you for now. So, Vanessa, before I come back again to you, we are joined by Newman. I'm not sure. Newman, are you able to speak? The network.
Yes, how are you?
Yes, I'm very good, Newman. So here we are, split and two centers of power in Zanu PF, the general and the president. Where do you put your money at? Go ahead.
Yes, how I can hear me?
Very clear, Newman. Newman, we can hear you. Go ahead. Yeah, Newman, what's wrong now with your network again? Oh, there you can speak.
Network.
All right. Go. Okay, go ahead. Newman, what's going on there? Okay, it seems like the network is not helping at all. Sometimes when you use mobile data, it can be very difficult. You need to use Wi-Fi, to have stable network. But anyway, we still have Clive with us. So Clive, split, making a choice, between 2030 and General Chiwenga. What do you think is going to happen? And after you, I'm going to be introducing to the people within this topic again. What about the role of the opposition? We are going to discuss that. So, Clive, go ahead.
So I think we just need that other faction led by General Chiwenga not to just take over the political space, but to also introduce new leaders and new players, based on merit and based on qualifications, and create a new environment that allows all that to be exercised. I had when Tapio was speaking, he mentioned something about politicians. All politicians lie, and all politicians, I do agree with him to a certain extent. This is motivated by what is. I think there's someone who mentioned earlier on that I think we should not have people who are not employed in these civil servant roles as ministers and holding those positions of power. This will allow whoever is interested in to work for the common citizen, to work for the regular citizen, not to fill in their pockets. I'll give you an example of, I don't know if you're that familiar with the history of India. I think in the past 30 years, India has a caste system where there's an elite group, which is pretty much 10 to 15% of the whole Indian population. These are the rich, the billionaires and all that, and they've been running politics for the longest. But from 2004 to 2014, India had a prime minister who was from the very low class of the whole, population. And he came in, and his agenda was to create spaces for other people from the low-income families, the low-income community. He is one person who introduced a lot of economic policies, political policies, and infrastructure development, and changed that has seen India get to where it is right now. So at the end of the day, what we need to understand is he comes in as a person who is opposed by the whole elite system that has been in existence for the longest. But he manages to push through everything that he had campaigned, saying that he was going to do this and this and this and this and this. And another interesting point about it is he was also backed by the Gandhi family, which was initially part of the elite system, but they moved sideways because they saw that whatever they had fought for was not what the Indian population was enjoying. So coming back to our situation right now, I feel like Chiwenga right now is in a very delicate position where the moves that he's going to make will determine whether he's going to win the hearts of the people, not because he's going to be a great president or great leader, but he's going to be that person who
plays that role of transitioning from whatever sunk position we are in right now to a better place, just like how we did it from Nangagwa, the transition 2017. There's a key role that he played that a lot of people were worried when he was not given a ministerial position until he became vice president. Even though he got the health ministry later on, people were a bit, shocked, like, why is he not getting a significant position, before the whole vice president was announced. So that is the same thing that I'm thinking right now. Like, we can literally leverage on him right now to pave way for the whole population to be in a better place. Whether he becomes a leader or he allows other people to be leaders, that will be up to him, or that will be up to decisions later then. Thank you.
Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, fellow Zimbabweans and fellow Africans, the discussion continues here on ZIMI Space, and we are joined by Sister Comfort Dondo from Washington, D.C., and we have got also WJ Soft Guy, who has just joined us on the speaker position there, as you can see. So, Sister Comfort Dondo, if I can maybe come to you now. We are talking here about the opposition. From my understanding of politics, as I bring you up as a speaker now, for you to speak to the people. From my understanding of politics, of course, look, I may be wrong, but I believe that, and I heard from my parents, growing up under war veterans, that usually when, and even in the Bible, it says that when they call your name during a period of need, you must be there. You must be found to be there. There is even a song that I remember women in the church used to sing in Shona. They used to say, "Kana wawakudanwa kudambudziko, usarega kuvapo. Kana wakudanwa kudambudziko, usarega kunge uripo. Usaonekwa zita rako risina kunyorwa panenge pane matambudziko, unofanirwa kunge uripo." So I'm talking here about, we have a crisis right now in our country where war veterans are representing us in terms of speaking the truth. Comrade Geza, speaking clearly the truth in terms of the reality on the ground. But in 2017, this is not what people expected. This is not even what President Mnangagwa promised, a new and unfolding democracy. So Sister Dondo's network is giving a bit of problem, but I think she's going to be connected now, and she's rolling there. And now, since it is rolling, she might not even hear what I'm saying now because she's preparing to come up as a speaker. So, yeah, Sister Dondo is now on the speaker. I hope she can hear me. Sister Dondo, when you are rolling, you don't hear anything. Your network is very bad. What is happening there with Donald Trump? Because now it has fallen again, and I'm going to try to bring her up again. Let's see now if it's going to be settled. Network can be problematic sometimes in the mornings and stuff like that.
Vanhu kuamerica vanenge vadya vaita corruption kavapinda ana Trump vakudla mari manje vobva ura internet vachipinda first week.
I blame Elon.
So, Sister Comfort on today is this topic that we are discussing, and I want also the views of the host. In terms of what do they think about it. It is my submission, Sister Dondo. I do not know which parts of mine, when I was introducing you to come up, which you heard or you didn't hear. I said, vaimba kavana mama vachiti kana wakudaidzwa kumatambudziko usarega kunge uripo pane vamwe. Usarega kuonekwa uri pane vamwe kana uchidaidzwa kumatambudziko. Do you be found where issues to do with your country are being discussed? You need to be there. But today, Sister Comfort, our opposition is not there. And yet there is a big issue, an elephant in the room, the 2030 agenda, seeking to change the constitution to extend the period of elections to 2030 and having no elections. This will definitely affect the opposition. Because if we don't have elections up until 2030, it basically means that no matter how we love our leaders, they will not be there to compete and to have any power. So things are happening within Zanu PF. It looks at this particular moment that Zanu PF has got the solutions to Zimbabwe, because that's where we see Comrade Geza coming from. That's where people are urging the VP Chiwenga to stand and not make a mistake of cutting a deal like what he did in 2017. So what is your opinion, Sister Dondo, when it comes to the war veterans? Others now saying they stand with President ED, others now standing with the VP. Do you think that the president should cut a deal with the VP and then now it means every work that Comrade Geza has done so far falls away? What's your opinion?
Thank you so much. Hi, Simba. Greetings, Signoro, Clive. Greetings, everybody. I see my sister Lynn Stasia. I want to say I'm very sorry about what has happened with your property. Komahulu, as young Zimbabweans, we have lost trust in our fathers who were supposed to protect us, who have over many times promised to protect us. Instead, they have raped us, they have exposed us. In some ways, they have sold our souls. Zimbabwean children, we are all over the world rebuilding other countries. I'm not going to go down the whole charade of the issues. We already know them. The reason why I'm up at 3 a.m. is because I love Zimbabwe so much, in a way that my body is almost, I'm divided between worlds. So my heart is in Zimbabwe. A lot of the people I work with know that. They're always asking me, so when are you going back? I'm very clear about this is very temporary for me. That's how much I love my country. Contrary to those who think if we speak against things that are not just, we don't love Zimbabwe, we're not patriotic. We're all Zimbabwean and we love our country. So in answer to your question, Komaholu, I have a little bit of maybe it might be considered an extreme view, because we have had so much mistrust. Trust must be built or rebuilt. And allow me to dream a little bit here, to play the devil's advocate, because the last man that we know managed to exchange power in our country was General Constantino Chiwenga. Let's say General Constantino Chiwenga is able to do a deja vu this time around, which as a student of policy and just observing what is happening from a distance, could be a possibility. And I hope if he has got people who are here listening, they will have to share this with him. Simba, I've tried my charm with our second lady, but she's a soldier, so she keeps giving me soldier answers, which are politically correct, and I respect her for her grace. That she interacts in that way. But
it must be known that Zanu is at the midst of a war, and the strategies that are coming up, conference, is to try and defeat the enemy, because the struggle continues. And the sister before kana wakada kutaurira nyaya yeconstitution sesu vamwe mawo veterans vakanidza putika tinokutaurira kuti takataurirana hapana mumwe veteran asingazvi kuti kana constitution isiri kutaura zvatoda tobvarura tonyora imwe. It is our constitution. We make our own constitution. We are not deriving our constitution from the Roman Dutch law. We are creating our own. We are a sovereign state. We do zvatinonzwa kuti ndozvinoitira vanhu vedu zvakanaka. Kwete kuti isusu takamirira ma-Americans or ma-British or any other people. No. So, I wanted to make it clear that the War Veterans League, my war veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. My war veterans, I want to repeat this. My war veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. Tisu tiri kutaura izvozvo kuti we will stand with the president. We will stand nema-resolutions evanhu. I hope the president requests yakaitwa nevanhu. You will not turn that down, because people spoke, and he said in one of his addresses, the people's voice is the people. The voice of the people is the voice of God. Saka, ndo maniri yakaita zvinhu. Isusu mawo veteran ndo zvatiri kutaura. I hope anyone else who had the question about this subject. It must be known that Zanu is at the midst of a war, and the strategies that are coming up, conference, is to try and defeat the enemy. Because the struggle continues. And the sister before Nikaisa Tiapo, kana wakada kutaurira nyaya yeconstitution sesongo mawo veterans vakanza putika tinokutaurira kuti takataurirana hapana mumwe veteran asingazvi kuti kana constitution isiri kutaura zvatoda tobvarura tonyora imwe. It is our constitution. We make our own constitution. We are not deriving our constitution from the Roman Dutch law. We are creating our own. We are a sovereign state. We do zvatinonzwa kuti ndozvinoitira vanhu vedu zvakanaka. Kwete kuti isusu takamirira ma-Americans or ma-British or any other people. No. So, I wanted to make it clear that the War Veterans League, ma-war veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. Ma-war veterans, I want to repeat this. Ma-war veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. Tisu tiri kutaura izvozvo kuti we will stand with the president. We will stand nema-resolutions evanhu. I hope the president requests yakaitwa nevanhu. You will not turn that down. Because people spoke. And he said in one of his addresses, the people's voice is the people. The voice of the people is the voice of God. Saka, it's just my own veteran. Those are took down. I hope anyone else who had the question about this subject, it must be known that ZANU-PF is at the midst of a war, and the strategies that are coming up, conference, is to try and defeat the enemy. Because the struggle continues. And the sister before Nikaisa Tiapo, kana wakada kutaurira nyaya yeconstitution sesongo mawo veterans vakanza putika tinokutaurira kuti takataurirana hapana mumwe veteran asingazvi kuti kana constitution isiri kutaura zvatoda tobvarura tonyora imwe. It is our constitution. We make our own constitution. We are not deriving our constitution from the Roman Dutch law. We are creating our own. We are a sovereign state. We do zvatinonzwa kuti ndozvinoitira vanhu vedu zvakanaka. Kwete kuti isusu takamirira ma-Americans or ma-British or any other people. No. So, I wanted to make it clear that the War Veterans League, ma-war veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. Ma-war veterans, I want to repeat this. Ma-war veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. Tisu tiri kutaura izvozvo kuti we will stand with the president. We will stand nema-resolutions evanhu. I hope the president requests yakaitwa nevanhu. You will not turn that down. Because people spoke. And he said in one of his addresses, the people's voice is the people. The voice of the people is the voice of God. Saka, it's just my own veteran. Those are took down. I hope anyone else who had the question about this subject, it must be known that ZANU-PF is at the midst of a war, and the strategies that are coming up, conference, is to try and defeat the enemy. Because the struggle continues. And the sister before Nikaisa Tiapo, kana wakada kutaurira nyaya yeconstitution sesongo mawo veterans vakanza putika tinokutaurira kuti takataurirana hapana mumwe veteran asingazvi kuti kana constitution isiri kutaura zvatoda tobvarura tonyora imwe. It is our constitution. We make our own constitution. We are not deriving our constitution from the Roman Dutch law. We are creating our own. We are a sovereign state. We do zvatinonzwa kuti ndozvinoitira vanhu vedu zvakanaka. Kwete kuti isusu takamirira ma-Americans or ma-British or any other people. No. So, I wanted to make it clear that the War Veterans League, my war veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. My war veterans, I want to repeat this. My war veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. Tisu tikutaura izvozvo kuti we will stand with the president. We will stand resolutions evanhu. I hope the president request yakaitwa nevanhu. You will not turn that down. Because people spoke. And he said in one of his addresses, the people's voice is the people of the voice of the people is the voice of God. Saka, it's just my own veteran. Those are two. I hope anyone else who had the question about this subject, it must be known that ZANU-PF is at the midst of a war, and the strategies that are coming up, conference, is to try and defeat the enemy. Because the struggle continues. And the sister before Nikaisa Tiapo, kana wakada kutitaurira nyaya yeconstitution seswangu mawo veterans vakanidza putika tinokutaurira kuti takataurira hapana mumwe veteran asingazvi kuti kana constitution isiri kutaura zvatoda tobharura tonyora imwe. It is our constitution. We make our own constitution. We are not deriving our constitution from the Roman Dutch law. We are creating our own. We are a sovereign state. We do zvatinonzwa kuti ndozvinoitira vanhu vedu zvakanaka. Kwete kuti isusu takamirira ma-Americans or ma-British or any other people. No. So, I wanted to make it clear that the War Veterans League, my war veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. My war veterans, I want to repeat this. My war veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. Tisu tikutaura izvozvo kuti we will stand with the president. We will stand resolutions evanhu. I hope the president requests yakaitwa nevanhu. You will not turn that down. Because people spoke. And he said in one of his addresses, the people's voice is the people of the voice of the people is the voice of God. Saka, it's just my own veteran. Those are two. I hope anyone else who had the question about this subject, it must be known that ZANU-PF is at the midst of a war, and the strategies that are coming up, conference, is to try and defeat the enemy. Because the struggle continues. And the sister before Nikaisa Tiapo, kana wakada kutitaurira nyaya yeconstitution seswangu mawo veterans vakanidza putika tinokutaurira kuti takataurira hapana mumwe veteran asingazvi kuti kana constitution isiri kutaura zvatoda tobharura tonyora imwe. It is our constitution. We make our own constitution. We are not deriving our constitution from the Roman Dutch law. We are creating our own. We are a sovereign state. We do zvatinonzwa kuti ndozvinoitira vanhu vedu zvakanaka. Kwete kuti isusu takamirira ma-Americans or ma-British or any other people. No. So, I wanted to make it clear that the War Veterans League, my war veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. My war veterans, I want to repeat this. My war veterans, emusangano weZANU-PF. Tisu tikutaura izvozvo kuti we will stand with the president. We will stand resolutions evanhu. I hope the president requests yakaitwa nevanhu. You will not turn that down. Because people spoke. And he said in one of his addresses, the people's voice is the people of the voice of the people is the voice of God. Saka, it's just my own veteran. Those are two. I hope anyone else who had the question about this subject, it must be known that ZANU-PF is at the midst of a war, and And the strategies that are coming up, conference, is to try and defeat the enemy. Because the struggle continues. And the sister Kataura Kare, before Nika Chapo, kana wakada kutaura nye constitution sisong mawo veterans wakani za putika, tunokutaura kuti takataura na hapana mo veterans na zikuti kana constitution isi kutaura za tuda to barua to nilani. It is our constitution. We make our own constitution. We are not deriving our constitution from the Roman Dutch law. We are creating our own. We are a sovereign state. We do that involved in those natural and values of Americans or British or any other people. No. So I wanted to make it clear that the War Veterans League, my war veterans, my war veterans, I want to repeat this. My war veterans, we will stand with the president. We will stand nema resolutions Iran. I hope the president requests yakaitwa Iran. You will not turn that down. Because people spoke. And he said in one of his addresses, the people's voice is the people. The voice of the people is the voice of God. Saka, no manila yakaitwa. It's just my own veteran. Those are two. I hope anyone else who had the question about this subject, it must be known that Zanu is at the midst of a war, and the strategies that are coming up conference is to try and defeat the enemy. Because the struggle continues. And the sister Kataura Kare, before Nika Chapo, kana wakada kutaura nye constitution sisong mawo veterans wakani za putika, tunokutaura kuti takataura na hapana mo veterans na zikuti kana constitution isi kutaura za tuda to barua to nilani. It is our constitution.
Because if you look at the state of our country right now, our country is so much divided. Our country needs unity. Mnangagwa has failed to unite the country. How can you allow Tatenda Mawaitera, Uyimba heroes saying Mpanduki, Mpanduki, Ngoyakana, Mpanduki, Chokera, Mpanduki, which is very, very bad. We don't accept such kind of behavior, nefarious behavior coming from a minister of ICT in that matter. Most other countries are moving in terms of technology, and somebody is singing in Panduki. You see, so this is the problem with Emerson Mnangagwa's section. This man miserably failed to unite Zimbabweans. But I see Tugwenga trying to unite all the parties, and I'm happy with the prayer given by the blessed Geza. Yeah. You see, we've never heard someone like a politician of his stature apologizing to the nation. That I'm sorry. We ushered you, Emerson Mnangagwa, which was wrong. That was very, very wrong. So we are going to rectify our mistakes. So my worry is, are they going to engage all stakeholders in this operation, whatever name they are going to give it? Am I still audible?
Yeah, you are audible, but of course we hear some little bit of an alarm there. I don't know if it is some fire alert.
Okay. Sorry, it's my belt. I'm driving. Oh, sorry. Can I just drive? Then I'll come back to you.
All right. Okay, no problem. Thank you very much, Leonard Corny. Let me just go to and check if Brother Signora is able to speak now. Brother Signora, are you able to speak now? Benenzo, I'll be coming to you. Sorry, Brother Signora, struggling with network for a bit. And Leonard, can you please switch off your mic? Let me switch off your mic. Thank you very much. Let me see. Brother Signora, are you able to speak? Benenzo, can you please go ahead? And then I go to Nika, and Lisa Ngomo is still with us.
Okay.
For those that have just joined us again, sorry, Benenzo, I want to thank you very much for joining us. And Zimai, this is on Space, and please continue to follow Zimai. We will be back to our host shortly for him to give us an analysis of what he has been hearing from all the contributions. So, Venancio, please go ahead.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. So when it comes to the issue of the warfare in ZANU-PF, I had someone asking a question whether if, for example, Comrade Geza, this thing gets dissolved, will that be the end of it? ZANU-PF at this point has reached another point of no return. Let's say either faction won, and the faction that loses, the faction that won will always be wary of other people that are within ZANU-PF that they might be working with other faction. I mean, we saw this with how ED is handling the situation with people like Sevia Kasukwere and other people that escaped, such as Anachi Uri, Ana Moyo, Ana Professor Moyo. That's how it's going to be. They have reached a point of no return. And this is why, again, we say that we are happy to beg anyone that is going to be replacing this guy, such as the Chiwenga factions, because either way, they are going to destroy themselves within. And that is good. Now, I agree with my sister here, Sister Comfort. Although I really don't agree on the point of really liking Zimbabwe to that point. I mean, come on. Us here in Zimbabwe, we really wish that we didn't even have this citizenship. If I refer you back to how people are praising you on social media, you wouldn't want to be Zimbabwean yourself. It is an embarrassment to be associated with those people to start with, or to be known as a Zimbabwean and be associated with him. How they defended him from his vehicle being clamped. It's like they welcome this poverty thing, which is why some of us are not going to say that we are waiting for an opposition leader to come up to represent us. Because again, there is no mass action that is actually ready within Zimbabwe. And since there is no mass action that is ready within Zimbabwe, ZANU-PF now actually is giving us two alternatives. And between the ED and the other alternative that we really don't know of, I think Chiwenga now does stand a better chance of having our support as the people, or the Geza faction does have much more support to stand as the people. And I do agree with the person that was just saying currently that look at this. Chiwenga is someone that actually gave away power, but also we shouldn't be blind to the fact that Chiwenga was there in 2008 when some of our relatives were being fed to crocodiles, when some of our relatives were forced to escape the borders. All of those people that were with, including Comrade Geza, was there when you were seeing some of us suffering because all that we did was to vote for an opposition party that is run by another Zimbabwean. So again, I think it will be also difficult for them should they be in ED's shoes, or should they also be managing the same things to actually share the power with other people. I don't think ZANU-PF, once it gets like this other faction, once it gets into power, if they are going to say, Nelson Chamisa, let's sit on the table, let's discuss, or anything of that particular sort. Because guys, once you are in power, it kind of like, it corrupts. Once you're in those shoes, it corrupts you. You want to, for example, when you used to, let's say you are some sort, when you used to import cars illegally, escaping import duty, and now you're someone else that is telling you that you have to have some sort of import duty. You cannot have to abuse the same systems, and I feel like ZANU-PF is going to be doing the same thing. The only hope that we have is by changing that is happening in ZANU-PF, like these constant changes that will happen in ZANU-PF. Somehow, I'm not sure if anyone knows anything about mutation or DNA or anything of that particular sort, but cancer is caused by mutation. If a cell goes through enough mutations, it starts to lose this genetic material. And in ZANU-PF, we've only had 2 leadership changes. I mean, one leadership change that most of us remember. I mean, I will not even mention Dabaningi story, but I'll mention from Gabi to it. But if you are to have enough, actually, it might just inspire a culture of constitutionalism. Look at Geza, for example. For some, he is breaking the ZANU-PF constitution because he's coming public to discuss ZANU-PF matters, or he's not. I don't know. Also, the people that are pro-ED, they are breaking the ZANU-PF constitution in the same place when they are adopt a resolution that was actually, that ED was given a burden to reject or accept, and ED actually rejected it. And all of them, both of them, they're coming out to the forefront and actually fighting about something that their own papers, or in their own papers, their institutional rules or their own obligations that they set among themselves. They do not have that burden or that will to do so, even their elections. Remember, I think I was listening to Tafi's video when he says that in ZANU-PF, they either listen to the highest bidder or the highest bidder, meaning that what happens sometimes within ZANU-PF is that the delegates or the people in ZANU-PF are told what to do. They do not choose their own people. They do not choose their own people, and that affects how their leaders actually interpret constitutions within their own powers, within their own district cells, or even provincial caucuses. They don't care about that. Now we give these very same people into the government, and the Chiwengas are also coming from the same broken systems. They're not going to do anything differently. They're simply just going to follow the same. They're simply going to just abuse the same. ZANU-PF from the beginning failed to recall its rogue president Robert Mugabe. That's when ZANU-PF failed. When it failed to recall what is this Mugabe, or give any some sort of a discipline, it failed back then. And Mnangagwa just doubled it by 2. Now they can't even recall anyone, even from staying within government. Look at what Mthuli Ncube is doing. He is busy chasing a vendor in town, asking the vendors to pay tax. But we never give us any fake tax certificate. To make things worse, I saw Chivayo say posting that he just opened this first headquarters of whatever the stupid company is, Interreg or something like that. Where was this company all along? Where was this headquarters all along? For the first time, he's having a first headquarters. Then you do get to understand that the guy was just a tenderpreneur. And why isn't it attracting eyes? No. Another thing is that these people, at the end of the day, the Mnangagwas and all of these people, if Chiwenga comes in, he has to make sure that they are actually out, because the Mnangagwas have enough money to start their own militia, and actually it can cause a civil war in Zimbabwe. For some of us who are ready for a radical opposition, and I'll say it on record, who are ready for a radical opposition that says that I don't care what happens, I don't care what chaos happens, whether blood is shed or not. At the end of the day, we will reach an equilibrium where we will sit on the table and actually discuss what's the way forward, where we are mutual partners, not as ZANU-PF leading. But because there is no political will amongst most men in Zimbabwe, amongst most of us in Zimbabwe, some of us are still begging, being scars, and some of us are still following Holy Ten, who bashes his own supporters, or his own people that are suffering in ZANU-PF. There is no political will within Zimbabwe. Therefore, some of us have no choice but to just, rally behind another group for now. That is my whole point in this. And if you want to have a ZANU-PF that works, first ZANU-PF or anyone that takes over in ZANU-PF, they have to disband, maybe form a new political party, have a new constitution, and actually then they have to go into the elections and actually state. As long as the powers that exist, there's nothing that will change.
All right, thank you very much, Nancy. Let us go back to the host for his analysis on this topic. So, Zimai, thank you very much for this space. And again, for those who are joining us, please follow Zimai and follow the news and get hold of the latest news from Zimbabwe, our country, as the revolution is unfolding in Zimbabwe. We are witnesses of another change of government, which is soon going to take place in our country. And learning, of course, from 2017, learning from what happened in 23, and perhaps learning what not to do in your second term. So, Zimai, the war veterans now have to pick a side between 2030, which is President ED, as well as, the Vice President Chiwenga, which is two centers of power basically created within ZANU-PF. And we still have the opposition on the sidelines, mere spectators to the drama that is taking place, except the Shabangu group, which has already lumped it with the 2030 group. What is your take, Zimai, when it comes to, firstly, in terms of
the leadership capabilities of General Chiwenga.
The Blessed Geza War veterans to the Zima News Network over the last 2 years have demonstrated consistent commitment in this period. They could possibly have other agendas. We don't know. But this news network can give records that are in the form of video recordings, audio meetings, minutes since several months before the 2023 elections. They even way before the 2023 elections. And this was at a time when one of them clearly even stated that they understood how Tendai Biti sabotaged the agenda for stopping Munangagwa as way back as 2021, 2022, when he did not turn up for his own legal case that he had started in Zambia, where human rights activists like Comfort Nondo were there present waiting for him for nearly 2 weeks in September 2022. They actually stated, and one of them narrated this to us and said, "Look, we know, we can see the dynamics here. This was a huge opportunity that Tendai Biti has. Natural fact, by that time they were saying he has. Yeah, it had, because apparently we're now going into elections without that case. This was now June, as you can see, 19 June. You can see the timestamp there. No one has edited Twitter there. That is a 19 June 2023 video. So one of them stated outside camera, this was in a meeting, and stated, "Look, we understand this. This is all that Tendai Biti needed to do. It was enough And he told me, look, Simba, I've worked in the intelligence. I know what this means. If Tendai Biti had done this, he would have stopped Munangagwa totally and completely as early as 2022. So hear me, Zimbabweans. These are top echelon war veterans who are the original, organic war veterans who fought in the struggle. I remember Bernard Manyadza, the one who is here on video here. At one time he was narrating to me, and he said to me, Simba, I don't understand why we are all fixated. The regime is fixated at only refunding the white farmers. What about the black families, the families that were feeding us food, the chicken, the food that they used to cook for us? If we were to calculate the value of the food chikafu chavaitibikira every time we would turn up at their villages, that would amount to billions. When are we going to compensate them as well? You know, I could almost cry. I remember I could almost cry when he said that, because that's something that I've never thought of myself, because I guess I grew up way later and I wasn't there when the war was happening. But to me, that suggested an organic commitment to living the liberation um, agenda. So these people who are speaking here, Blessed Geza is not Joseph Chinotimba. He is not the Joseph Chinotimba type. He is not the Jabulani Sibanda type. He is not the Jonathan Moyo type who briefly entered into the war and then they fled, or who may never have even participated. These are real hardcore veterans of the struggle who were left out when an intruder, when an infiltrator was sponsored by the Rhodesia Special Branch in the name of Emerson Mnangagwa and came at the late hour, at the last minute, and then all of a sudden became Tongogara's bodyguard, and then eventually Robert Mugabe's bodyguard. And everything just continued as if it was normal. And one of them told me, I won't mention the name for now, for obvious reasons. When someone tells me that they don't want a matter to be known, right now, for instance, the videos that you're seeing that are published on Zimai, they are cut, right? So it's because of requests. But I can tell you, one of these war veterans told me, look, Emerson Mnangagwa announced, he told us when we approached him in 1975 to help us, to go and help the comrades who had been shot in Boroma. Is it Boroma or something in Zambia? And he said, look, he told us clearly that he is on a Rhodesian program that bars him from participating in any liberation struggle work or activism. So he tells me, look, soon after independence, I went to his farm and we went to his farm and asked him, look, Saka, so Iwewe, when did you join the war effort? Wakazopinda rini zviya? Since you wakandudza, wakanganwa here kuti ndiwe wakandudza musi uyauya kuti iwewe you can't participate in liberation. Wakazopinda mustruggle rini? Because in 1975 you did state so. As they were sharing to me some of these things, folks, you know what? They started to connect with also some documents that I have from the Rhodesia CIO, the Rhodesia Special Branch CIO. As you know, I have a background with that team as well. That's how far my research goes. So I started to pick up some of my notes, some of my documents that I have from the Rhodesia CIO, and I could actually match everything that they were saying. I could show the physical documentation to confirm what they were uttering with their mouth, because they didn't have documents, but I've got the V11s that Mnangagwa was actually under the command of Dan Stannard, who became a colleague, a research colleague from, I think I've lost, oh my word, my space has lost it. My apologies.
Our vision 2030 is for all of us.
Our vision 2030 is for all of us.
Kwete zamunotimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth.
Zamunotimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Zamunotimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth.
Kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Kwete zamu notimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Kwete zamu notimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth.
Who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Kwete zamu notimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth.
Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Katika munatimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Katika munatimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth
Those who grow big tummies
and
through
questionable
ill-gotten
morals.
wealth.
noti mbinga kuondo taiti tishikananda weteta munoti mbinga kuondo taiti tishikananda
who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Both of you must keep the pew ties and traumas that need you guided. Both of you must keep the pew ties and so strength keeps fumbling. Keep the pew ties in, don't let go. Stand beside him, help him fall. So he stays a pastor, let the mission last longer. He must remain a pastor, strong in faith, standing stronger. Keep the pew ties in, challenges that need you guiding. Both of you must keep the pew ties in, so strength keeps fumbling. Keep the pew ties in, don't let go. Stand beside him, help him fall. So he stays a pastor, let the mission last longer. He must remain a pastor, strong in faith, standing stronger. So he stays a pastor, let the mission last longer. He must remain a pastor, strong in faith, standing stronger. Charm is a needs you guiding. Both of you must keep the pew ties in, so his strength keeps fumbling. Keep the pew ties in, don't let go. Stand beside him, help him fall. So he stays a pastor, let the mission last longer. He must remain a pastor, strong in faith, that is stronger.
Our vision 2030 is for all of us.
Our vision 2030 is for all of us.
Kwete zamunoti mbinga
Kuhondo taiti shikananda. Kuti zamunoti mbinga Kuhondo taiti shikananda.
who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth.
Zamunoti mbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Zamunoti mbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. questionable morals.
Potizamo notimina Uhono tenziti shikananda Potizamo notimina Uhono tenziti shikananda Those who grow big to me through how God and wealth. Those who grow big to me through how God and wealth. Those who grow big to me through how God and wealth. Those who grow big to me through how God and wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Those who grow big to me through all God and wealth. Those who grow big to me through all God and wealth.
Who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Uhono tenziti shikananda Potizamo notimbinga Uhono tenziti shikananda Those who grow big to me through all God and wealth. Those who grow big to me through all God and wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Those who grow big to me through all God and wealth. Those who grow big to me through all God and wealth.
Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Katika munatimbinda puhulukai kitiri kananda. Katika munatimbinda puhulukai kitiri kananda.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth Vision 2030 is for all of us.
Our Vision 2030.
Watch your windows, stay empty and dirty. Profit boys trembling with strength. See my bitch me daily. He said, none of the ground. Watch your windows, stay empty and dirty. Profit boys trembling with strength. See my bitch me daily. He said, none of the ground. Watch your windows, stay empty and dirty. Profit boys trembling with strength. See my bitch me daily. She said, none of the ground. See my bitch me daily. She said, none of the ground. Watch your windows, stay empty and dirty. Profits boys trembling with dread. See my bitch me daily. She said, none of the ground. Watch your windows, stay empty and dirty. Profits boys trembling with dread. See my
Our Vision 2030 is for all. Our Vision 2030 is for all of us.
Our Vision 2030 is for all of us.
Kwete zamunotimbinga uhondo taidziti zvigananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth.
Zamunotimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Zamunotimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth. Those who grow big tummies through our goddamn wealth.
Who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Kwete damu no timinga, kuhono tenziti shikananda. Kwete damu no timinga, kuhono tenziti shikananda. Those who grow big to me through our God and wealth. Those who grow big to me through our God and wealth. Those who grow big to me through our God and wealth. Those who grow big to me through our God and wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Those who grow big to me through our God and wealth. Those who grow big to me through our God and wealth.
Who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Kuhono tenziti shikananda, kwete zamu no timbinga. Kuhono tenziti shikananda. Those who grow big to me through our God and wealth. Those who grow big to me through our God and wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Those who grow big to me through our God and wealth. Those who grow big to me through our God and wealth.
Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Katika munatimila uhunukai kitiri kananda. Katika munatimila uhunukai kitiri kananda.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Our big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Both of you must keep deputizing. Traumas and need you guiding. Both of you must keep deputizing, so strength keeps fumbling. Keep deputizing, don't let go. Stand beside him, help him fall, so he stays a pastor. Let the mission last longer. He must remain a pastor, strong in faith, standing stronger. Keep deputizing, challenges and needs you guiding. Both of you must keep deputizing, so strength keeps fumbling. Keep deputizing, don't let go. Stand beside him, help him fall, so he stays a pastor. Let the mission last longer. He must remain a pastor, strong in faith, standing stronger. So he stays a pastor. Let the mission last longer. He must remain a pastor, strong in faith, standing stronger. Deputizing, charm is a needs you guiding. Both of you must keep deputizing, so his strength keeps fumbling. Keep deputizing, don't let go. Stand beside him, help him fall, so he stays a pastor. Let the mission last longer. He must remain a pastor, strong in faith, that is stronger.
Our vision 2030 is for...
It must be